Test 1 2 3. Everybody out there, can you hear me?
That's what I figured. For whatever reason, OBS said, you know what, Steel, we're going to cut off your mic today. So shout out to OBS, man, cutting off my mic and doing whatever it wants to. So there's always that good thing. Nonetheless, we are about 15 minutes in, so no behind the scenes today, but I do need to get in some recording for the audio listeners. So we'll do something like a 5-minute behind the scenes, if that's cool, Pong, and then we'll start recording for the audio listeners, and we'll kind of go from there. So
absolutely.
Well,
what's the time mark? How long?
Right now, we've been 7 minutes live.
7 minutes live.
Oh, real quick, let me step away.
Yeah. What are you doing? Oh, whoa. Okay. Got Steel stepping away already, folks. That's right. How's everybody doing there? It is good to be back. It has been, we always miss you guys, obviously, whenever we have a weekend off. So it's great to see everybody already showing up in the chat, getting live, raw, and uncut with us as Steel steps away. Man, oh man, what a start to the morning. I don't know how many space fans we got out there in the chat. Shout out to SpaceX. Shout out to Elon and the team over there and Starship launch this morning. If you guys haven't seen the videos, if you guys have any inkling of that wonder of watching humanity shoot for the stars, seeing Starship launch this morning was damn impressive and damn cool. My God, all 33 engines firing this morning, just absolutely incredible. Separation worked. So we are one step closer to getting off this planet at some point. Not just getting off, but getting off this planet at some point Not in my lifetime, but we will see people hit Mars in my lifetime, I do believe. So, but man, what a beautiful sight that was this morning. Again, as a kid who went to space camp and dreamed at one point of becoming a part of NASA before I learned how much science and mathematics were actually involved. Uh, there's nothing better, man. There isn't, man. I miss it. So yeah, Eastside, I hear you. If you're not an Elon fan, hey, I'm not here to discuss Elon. Personally, I am. I think overall, what he's doing is good. So again, I'm not here to discuss Elon and personally what you think of him, at all. Again, that's up to you. But I'm just saying, there's a whole lot of billionaires out there that are doing shit with their money besides spending it frivolously. So I will give credit where credit's due. He doesn't have to do what he does, and but again, taking us to the stars when seemingly our own country has decided that that wasn't something they wanted to invest in anymore. I will give credit where credit's due, and I think it's important that we do it. So, man, just a gorgeous sight this morning, just absolutely. And the sound, you guys got to listen to it with the sound on. Put some earphones on, man. What just power, just absolute power, man. Makes you dream, man. It does for me. It makes you dream. So I can't wait to see what's going on. Otherwise, Steele and I catching up a little bit in the background. Obviously, both him and I busy as always with real life, and we got a lot to talk about. I see he's got Hogwarts Legacy appropriately playing in the background. We're going to talk about Hogwarts Legacy. We're going to talk about the snubs. We're going to talk about the Game Awards, and we're obviously going to get into more than that. Got some late breaking news last night that from IGN of all places. Again, I don't click on their stuff anymore, but sometimes they do still have those connections and they get the stories. And Warner Brothers confirmed that Wonder Woman is not a part of their live service goals, that it is going to remain a single player game, focus game. And more importantly, that the Nemesis system has been confirmed that they are using it. Monolith is using that in Wonder Woman. So that is a huge confirmation for me and Steele, because Steele and I are both gigantic fans of the Nemesis system, and that we had hoped that they were using that in Wonder Woman, and it sounds like they are. So that's going to be cool too. We're going to talk about that. Last of Us 2, $70 DLC. Well, Doom Reaper, I got to give Sony credit too, where credit's due. Again, not as far as, hey, your roadmap consists of remakes and remasters, but they do have an upgrade path, and we're going to talk about that as well. A $10 upgrade path for everybody who bought it previously. So that is promising. Again, we can have the discussion of whether or not $10 or whether it should be free, but they are adding a mode to it. There is extra content. So we will definitely be talking about that as well. But yeah, Tim the Sorcerer Nemesis finally makes its return. That's going to be that's going to be huge, man. There's a lot of potential there. So it's going to be fun. Otherwise, how's everybody's morning going? How's everybody morning going? Yeah, Decado. Exactly. The world got a bit darker when people stopped looking to the stars. You can't, it's so funny when you talk about space, Decado, and I do the same thing. Like, you talk about it so dramatically, but that's how big it is. I don't think you can be over dramatic when you talk about space and about us going back and exploring space. There's just, like, it just naturally comes out to those of us that do have that wonder and awe about what's out there. You just really, you can't say enough. And no matter what words you want to use, it always winds up being over the top descriptive and dramatic. Like I said, it's just, there's something about space, man. And there really is. When you look to the stars and you think about it and you try to grasp it, It's so big, man. It's just
You know,
big, such a small word, but
I,
it's so big. It is.
you're talking about space and whatnot, and
Yeah.
so I'm
Yeah.
imagining as you're talking about the launch and everything that you were talking with me
Yep.
about earlier,
Yeah.
and that definitely runs into some things that I'd like to talk about Starfield today, because I know we'll talk some about the Game of the Year awards and things that were snubbed and things how we feel. And yes, you are completely correct. There is a reason why I have Hogwarts Legacy playing in the background for us today. Now, audio listeners, unfortunately, y'all are going to hear this, but if you get it live, I don't mind getting into this a little bit now because I do want to give the people who are here up front a little bit of juice before we really get into the main course of the meal. But just off the heels of you talking about space, I think that's what made Mass Effect so unique for me, what made Starfield so unique for me, what made Everspace so unique, what made Homeworld so unique for me back in the day, is that adventure that, and all of them have a different time period or reference for how they interpret space, right? And Starfield just happened to be one of the ones that is a little bit closer to our reality, right? Although, is it going to happen in the same way that they talk about it in the Starfield? I don't know. Who knows? Maybe it's a possibility. There's so many things we don't know how we can truly traverse the stars and go light years, and how we can cover those types of distances. Because we don't have that technology currently, but there are a lot of games that kind of presented these things to us and gave us a way to uniquely, I would say at least, look at the different perspectives on how space can be handled. Because like Paul was mentioning before we went live at all, is that one of the scariest things about space, and I say the same thing about the ocean too, space more so because it's much more vast, of course, but space is scary, I think, for a lot of people because it is something that you can't interpret. It's not like there's not a definitive answer for, oh, this is what's in space.
Yeah.
We haven't been able to cover that ground, right? We shoot satellites and we might get imagery, but that's not us going there and taking samples. And they might bring some stuff back sometimes and things of that nature, but it's just like, to think that our next step is probably expanding out to the moon, for an example, which is just our moon, which is still a pretty decent distance. And then you think about some of the conversations that we used to have back in the day, at least from what I remember, early 2000s, where we were talking about trying to go to Mars and inhabit Mars, and I don't know if that's something that we're still trying to consider. But just the concept, but
that's
just
what
the
Elon's
concept.
ultimate goal.
Okay, so perfect. But just the concept,
he wants it done in the next like 10, 15 years. He wants people on Mars.
See, so, and even the concept
that's
of
what
that,
the test was this morning.
Even the concept of that is kind of buck wild to me, and it's hard for me to grasp, but it's also very interesting to me because the closest thing that I could draw a reference to is the Arnold Schwarzenegger movie, right? Well, what was that?
Total Recall.
Yes, exactly. That's the closest thing that I can imagine when it comes to going to Mars. Like, oh God, here we go. We're going to be a Total Recall.
You just want women with 3 boobs, man. Let's be real.
No, I'm good. But just the concept of us being able to go to a different planet and inhabit it. I mean, again, it makes sense because this is our system or whatever. But there's also like an infinite amount of other systems that are out there, and that's just in our galaxy, right? So
yes,
it is definitely an interesting concept to get into. I think
crazy, bro.
I think that's why Starfield is kind of, I'm not gonna say kind of, is still game of the year for me. And I've been playing, I'm not gonna say I've been playing with people, but I've been kind of teasing folks a little bit with things that I personally don't like about Starfield, the things that I do mark as negatives against Starfield, but then also following that up with saying, but it's my game of the year, right? Out of all games that released this year, and Hogwarts should definitely be in that conversation, regardless if you're a fan of the IP or not. The amounts of quality that is in that title, what they were able to do with this title, along with getting it to the Switch, and along with it being the best-selling game of the year, it's just so many things that roll into that conversation. Same thing with Starfield. It's getting a lot of attention also. So, but
yeah, man, I love it because our chat's already trying to do Reaper with the Wayland goes in steps and sets up the atmospheric processors. It takes decades, from aliens, of course. You got all these different visions, of we are going to be able to do, and none of us knows exactly how it's going to
We'll never know.
work out. And people like Blue Moon and myself, the older people in the chat who've been there and were alive and old enough to remember the space shuttle launches. I saw you, Blue Moon, bring that up. Yeah, I was in school. We watched the Challenger explosion happen live.
That is so messed up to think about, man. Bro.
Yeah, that you don't
yeah.
And if you're not old enough to be around like Steel for that, you don't know what that was like, man, because that was one of those moments I'll never forget, because we were in school and it was such a big day that we stopped class. They rolled in the old freaking tube TVs to our classroom, put up the bunny ear antennas, right? And we were watching that live when it happened. And that it's insane how many times it seems like humanity's tried to take that step forward into space, and then taking a step back, because seemingly, even though we all know it's one of the riskiest adventures ever that humanity can take, because of how many things can go wrong, and how much we don't know, but yet, we try, and then we just suddenly stopped again. And we need to get off this planet. We need to expand. It's a part of humanity. That's how the world was created, through expansion, right? Was adventurers taking off. And now all we hear about is all the bad that came out of expansion in the world. But that's the reason why we're here and where we're at right now, whether you like it or not, or how we got here. Humanity has always looked to the horizon, and the next big horizon is space. And Steve, you were talking about how much we don't know about space, and how much, again, we've barely scratched the surface of what's out there and what we could discover. And yet, look how much we already do see, right? And how much we've already found. But even on our own planet, we don't know everything about the oceans. The oceans are still a lot of mystery to us, because of how high risk it is to get down there. And we don't have the technology to send people as deep as the oceans go. And yet we're talking about the infinite space and what's out there. That's why we need to continue to push forward, and look to those horizons, not just on our planet, but elsewhere. And you're right, Steele, to bring it back to video games, that's why a game like Starfield scratches that itch in me, is because it does attempt to give us visions of what the possibilities are, what potentials are out there. And honestly, as much as we like to say, well, that could never be real, or you could never find creatures like that, that's all made up. We just don't know. we really don't know. Science can say, well, these things are possible, but we find daily that science doesn't have all the answers, and that there's a lot of unexplained situations and things out there that flip science on its head. And we got to keep looking to those, man. We got to find out what's out there. Anyways, that's our space talk for this morning on a video game podcast. But really, truly a beautiful sight. Again, if you haven't gone and watched that launch, do it. Again, put earphones on. The sound from Starship with 33 engines, it's absolutely insane, because people miles away
see it,
have videos of it, and have videos of it, audio of it. Some dude posted, I watched the video this morning, some dude posted he had a security camera over his pool area or whatever else with audio, and he's like, do I need earthquake insurance, because that's how loud it was. And he was miles away, and it was insane. You could just hear it get louder and louder and louder. Really, truly a special day, again, as we move forward and try to get to Mars in my lifetime, which I think obviously will happen, hopefully, crossing our fingers.
Yeah, I mean, again, seeing how technology continues to advance, knowing that humans don't ever settle for less in most cases, that would definitely push that boundary. We'll see what ends up happening, and hopefully it doesn't happen the way that it is presented in Starfield. For those who don't know, no spoilers. But anyway.
Yeah, exactly, Blue Moon. They found life living off sulfur events, which up until past decade or 2 decades, they didn't believe life could exist in that kind of environment, right? Yep. That kind of atmosphere. And sure enough, we found life there. Life finds a way. Life does find a way.
It's the scary crazy, part.
Man. Yep.
That is definitely the scary part for sure. Well, ladies and gentlemen, I do want to get us recorded for our audio listeners, so we'll do another outro here. We did 15 minutes behind the scenes anyways, because we're just amazing like that.
That's how we do this.
But it's never a negative. It's always a positive. I do want to start off by saying, look, I missed you guys, man. Anytime we got to go off for a weekend, we don't chop it up. We don't discuss, get the chat involved, get everybody all riled up and juiced for the weekend. Again, like I like to say, this is where you come to get that. You come sit within the rain to get some soul to fuel your gaming weekend. But let's see what we can do here, ladies and gentlemen. Hopefully we'll have some interesting topics and discussions to have. We're about 24:40 in on the live side of things. So let's get started. Appreciate you guys. You are muted, Paul.
Doom Reaper. The Abyss is coming back to the theaters for one day only on December 6th.
Oh, damn.
So check your local theaters. The Abyss is freaking amazing. James Cameron, unbelievable movie. And it's coming back to the theaters on December 6th. So be on the lookout for that, Doom Reaper. If you didn't know. All right.
Let's get to it. We are exactly 26 minutes and 10 seconds live on this amazing episode of 126 of Living Split Screen. This is the show where you get that non-console-centric game talk that you may not get anywhere else, man. This is the home of that RTS perspective where we pull ourselves out of the world, look at the darker crevices of the map. We pull those resources together so we can not only build up our own foundation, but also build up that foundation for towards the 3 billion gamers that are out there that Phil Spencer talks about all the time. Not only that, this is also the home of that educated consumer perspective, ECP as I like to call it, because me and Paul are not in the industry. We are gamers who have been doing this for at least, I would say, a lot longer than 3 decades between us. And we feel like we have a lot of valued opinions to get into and just have, depending on what's going on within the industry that we care and love so much. With that said, I'm one of your hosts, Steel Rain. That T is a 7 everywhere. The easiest place that you can find me is Google. I did change my name back to Steel Rain I. The T is a 7, so keep that in mind. Just because I hated seeing the numbers behind my name or after my name. And the person that has my name hasn't been on Xbox in like 5 years. So whatever. I guess I'll get it unlocked at some point. And just to start it off, from the very top, we got Decado coming in with the 5 bomb.
The 5 bomb is live. The sub trade has started early. Wink, wink. It's a good day. It's a wink, wink. It's a good day to give subs today because we had a week off, everybody. So wink, wink. If you want to give us some subs so that you guys can hit your goal for our channel, please do so, because wink, wink, it's a great day to give subs and to keep the advertising off of this channel, because I know you guys don't like it, and we don't want to have to do it to you. So please, your goal for this month is still at 245 subs for this. So please, if you gift a sub, thank you. Decado, appreciate you being here, brother. That's a big part of this. If you got gifted a sub and you feel like giving one back, also do it. That's a part of what we do here, and your goal is important. So you want to hit that goal, everybody. I know you do. Wink, wink. Go ahead and give some more subs. Thank you. Thank you for that.
Definitely say thanks to Decado for anybody that did get that membership. Doom Reaper says, where is the sub counter? Look, Doom. We want you to be surprised when you hit your goal, right? Don't. We don't want you to see it on screen. It's gonna be too much fun. We want to give you the best audio and visual experience, and I feel like
Decado with another 10 bomb. Let's go, Decado. He's driving the sub train by himself, everybody. That's right. He's shoveling the coal by himself. If you want to help Decado out, you don't want this man, wink, wink, of dying from exhaustion from carrying the sub train all by himself. Wink, wink, please go ahead and help that man out as well. I can't even do it seriously.
I will shout out. Welcome to everybody getting the memberships. Doom Reaper, Joe Dunmore, Jasper got it out. He also did say thanks, so appreciate that, Jasper. Dr. Dinglenut, Web Dave, shout out to you guys for becoming members.
235 is now the new goal for the month, everybody. We are getting closer. Decado is doing it by himself right now, everybody. Wink, wink. So you know what? Help this man out. And the reason why we don't have the sub counter on the screen is because, wink, wink, we don't want to see when that goal of yours changes when you hit it. We don't want you guys to see that. It makes it a mystery for you all. So next week, the goal might be back up to 600. We just don't know.
It's all surprise. It gets you guys get something new every time that you come in. It makes you make sure that you're engaged. That's what it is.
Anybody new listening, anybody listening to this in the future, live or on replay, I should say, not live. If you're listening to this in the future and this first time you're catching Living Split Screen, please understand we are not one of those e-begging channels. We're making fun and a mockery of somebody specific that does it. So.
No, I definitely care and appreciate that you guys are good throwing the memberships in there. But yeah, I'm not going to start on this whole like we're at an auction all of a sudden. I need to see who's going to be the next biggest better. And y'all don't have to do that. The fact that you guys are even considering Decado, I mean, shout out to you and anybody else that decides to do a super chat or become a member. Look, it is something that definitely will help and benefit the channel, again, as we try to continue to expand out. I'm working on some things behind the scenes, and things do cost money, but the more investment that you guys do give to us, the more we'll be able to put into the show. So that's always a great thing to see. But again, it's like you guys say all the time, it's never expected, but always appreciated. So
correct.
much love.
And I love seeing Jean Grey turn into Phoenix over and over again.
Yeah, it is definitely dope. It's beautiful. And then real quick, shout out to Eastside Vandal, Talos, OCD Gamer, Stanley Francois, M. Gene, Andrew Cullinane, Ed, Jesse B, Lydian Master, Man for getting those memberships. And thank you again, Decado, for the 15 bomb that you gave us right there, man. That's an amazing thing.
Absolutely.
To see.
Welcome to the Splitters, everybody.
Welcome to the Splitters. Well, ladies and gentlemen, if you don't know already, before I get into the introduction for Pong Soul himself, the Magic Man, the Uncanny Gentleman, just to kind of tease you guys a little bit what we got going on, you already know we got to get into the Game Awards, right? What we felt like it was snubbed, that the big conversations around it all, maybe it's to clear up some things. I know you guys haven't really heard my topic on a lot of those things or my opinion on those things, so I might get Pong to kind of pitch that up to me since he's talked about it a couple times here. So with that, though, we also got some things to get into as far as reviews again, right? This seems to be an ongoing subject for us, at least. Anytime that it does become a more publicly recognized thing, That's most of the time when we jump right back into the conversation. I always think it's worth the conversation, even if it feels like we may be treading over some of the same water sometimes. But there's always a new angle that we can approach it from. There's always new information that we get. And if nobody thinks that there's a tax on any specific platform, I'll just have to ask you, look, emus can put their head in the ground, I believe. And if you're an emu, you know, shout out to you. If you're able to put your head in the ground and not be able to pay attention to the things that are going on around you, or maybe you're just part of the popular group, and you know that is a real thing.
Do that too, by the way. Do emos?
I don't know. I was just assuming. I was throwing it out there. I was just throwing it out there because emus sound like they would do that.
Well, ostriches do, but
I think that's what I might.
Ostriches do.
I never claimed myself to be an animal expert.
Yeah, but they're part of the same family.
But I definitely just made emus and ostriches the same thing. I literally just because I was thinking about ostriches, but I said emu because emu sounds better, right? You got to go get
They're easier. They're easier to say. I'll tell you that.
I do like ostriches though. Shout out to an ostrich.
Do emus put their head?
Emus do something. I feel like emus do something specifically. Why we're starting off with not knowing anything about these animals that we're discussing, even though they're a part of the similar family. We do some emu research here.
Emus do not, according to OpenAI, ChatGPT on Bing, emus do not bury their heads in the sand.
Okay, so ostrich, it's just an ostrich thing.
This is a common misconception that is often associated with ostriches.
Oh, okay. So that's that. There you go. That's what it is.
God, you guys are getting a whole lot of science this morning.
I do need to watch more Animal Planet. I had no. I just assumed that emus and ostriches were like the same, of the same thing, and they did very similar things because they look similar. But apparently they don't. So. Shout out to the ostrich.
Yeah, yes, Tim the Sorcerer. There is a family of ponies who are known for burying their head in the sand. Yes, there is.
They use their ass. Hazardor says when this show it became Animal Planet. Look, I just tried to make some correlations there, and I was talking about ostriches apparently.
We had space, and then the Steel came along, and he was applying for to become the new
Crocodile Dundee.
Yeah, Crocodile Dundee or Crocodile Hunter, right?
Yeah.
So
next thing you'll know, I'll be probably in the middle of Australia catching dangerous animals. So anyway,
you already do that every morning.
That is true. I mean, if you leave it up to Pong, I got to
get them gators
back in my backyard.
Gotta get them gators.
I just pick one up and I beat its belly and then I take it inside. And I do it with a wooden ruler. Anyway. Ladies and gentlemen, we definitely got to introduce my brother from another, the co-host with the co-most, the uncanny gentleman himself.
Yes,
my guy, Pong. So, how you feeling, brother, man?
Doing good, man. Great to be back on the Saturday morning. Last Saturday, I had so much free time, I didn't know what to do with myself because we didn't have our show, and then the shop got canceled, late canceled. Shout out to PTK who had some stuff going on and had to do a late cancellation. So I had a whole Saturday of non-podcasting, which was very odd for me. It's just such a rare occurrence. I didn't know what to do with myself. So, I played
with yourself.
I played some more vids. No, I did not say that. Pause. It's great to be back. Again, as I said, behind the scenes, missed you all, missed our chat. I missed having my conversations with my brother from another Steel. Again, we get so busy during the week that, you and I just few and far between DMs and just catching up with you, brother. And it's always good. And we jump back into these chairs this morning and it's like we never left. It's great to be here. Beautiful Saturday morning, as we were talking about. I was watching before the show the Starship launch, and it's just absolutely incredible. Again, shout out to SpaceX and Elon and the whole team over there. Again, pushing humanity forward into the future. Whether everybody else wants to jump on board or not doesn't matter. At least some people still dream. And dream big.
Nothing wrong with
and that. It was an awesome way to start my Saturday morning, along with getting on here. So we do have a lot to get into. As far as game playing goes, again, not playing as much during the week, really getting my schedule in place, really figuring things out. I got to get back to certain things, but I have been still touching games, and obviously last weekend, we got back into Diablo. I got back into Diablo again, got my Sork to 100. So I did manage that. So I'm now maxed out, which is good. That's my first character in Diablo, maxed out. It feels great. Was running a whole lot of Blood Harvest. I had stuff going in the background, so I didn't want to get into anything too big that I couldn't get out of. So I was running Blood Harvest, got in with a bunch of good rando groups that we all had the same opinion. I had some runs, and if you guys haven't run Diablo 4 Blood Harvest yet, they're extremely fun. Certain areas pop up. You collect, you collect enough of the, not the blood vials, but God, I forget what they're called. Anyways, you collect enough of those. You get 50. You got three places where you place 50 each, and it starts this massive onslaught of enemies that continues to run through and culminates into 3 bosses showing up. And this is where you can farm a whole lot of legendaries and uniques. If you get a good group of randos and you guys have been running the Blood Harvest and collecting enough of them, you can continuously run them over and over again. I had one group where we literally ran 10 in a row. It was insane last weekend. It was insane last weekend. And I wound up actually replacing 3 of my uniques with better uniques, which was awesome. Incredible. So I want to get everybody else up there. We got to get everybody else up to 100 because I want to go after Uber Lilith during this season. I would love to see that. So I would definitely like to see everybody get up to 100 so we can run that. But yeah, Diablo 4 still rocking and rolling there. And then during the week here, I played some Call of Duty too, obviously. Modern Warfare 3 Zombies is absolutely incredible. We were having a good time. We had the fam together running some regular multiplayer. We were having a freaking great time in there. Frustrating at first. It feels like aim assist for controller. They've brought way down, and now you may laugh at me, but I'm getting older. I need all the help I can get. So when the aim assist seems to not be as strong as it used to be, even during the beta testing, man, I had some frustrating runs in the beginning, but we got that all kind of worked out. Steel had some tips for some things he could do in the controller settings. I fiddled around with the controller settings, got them locked in a little bit better. And then started having a pretty decent time with the fam running the multiplayer matches. But Zombies is fantastic. Caitlin, Steel, I don't know if you heard, Caitlin is now addicted. Yeah, so Caitlin and Mav have been running a ton of Zombies. Love the Zombies mode. I don't care what you think about it. Again, we talked about it. It is obviously DLC. We said that from the beginning. This was supposed to be an expansion, but the amount of content that they did include in this game, I'm not upset at my FOMO getting me. I'm not upset at the fact that I spent $70 on Modern Warfare 3. Again, I still got to finish the campaign, but I'm loving the campaign. Again, the multiplayer feels awesome. I love how this plays and loving Zombies. Really, that's going to be installed for a very long time, I believe. So, and then I got back into the Steel this week. I got back into Starfield. I jumped back into my home away from home and got back into Starfield. Really had to control myself because I needed to get to bed better times. So I've been really locking down, trying to do smaller stuff, doing some side missions, doing some stuff like that where I can say, okay, I've done something here. I'm going to end it now. I've started building my 3rd official ship now. The Royal Fortune 3 is under construction. I started that too late. I should have known better. So I had to rush and delete a bunch of stuff so I didn't have any errors in my shipbuilding so I could save it. But I am building my 3rd ship here, which is going to be different. It's going to be more of a classic fighter ship than my other ones have been. But Starfield, just again, when I hop back into it after taking a couple weeks off where I really didn't touch it, it surprises me. It awes me all over again when I hop back into it. Nothing. Again, you could say I'm one of the weird ones, but nothing about the game bores me. It really doesn't. Landing on a new planet for the first time and starting surveying doesn't bore me. But again, if that bores you, you don't have to do it. There's a billion other things you can wind up doing in Starfield. And that's my problem. Since nothing really bores me, I always find something to do there, and I can just keep playing. And even if I get, even if I, if even if, yo, B, Steel, Steel, are you here? I'll wait till Steel gets back.
Yeah,
Yobi, are you
hey,
back?
yo, there ain't no
Yobi,
that has to be an error,
Brody.
Brother.
Brody,
Has to be an error, bro.
Yobi, first of all,
you meant $3, right?
Yobi, first of all, listen, I'm just glad to see you're around, brother. I was worried about you. I DM'd you. It's been a long time, man.
Bro,
I'm glad you're doing okay, man. I'm glad you if you needed to take time away, which I'm assuming is what you're saying here, take that time away. But I'm just we missed you in the community, Yobi. Missed the legend being around. I'm just glad to see you here, but this is ridiculous, bro. You don't need to come back in here with that, man. That shout out to you, brother. Shout out to you, brother. Go ahead, Steel. You want to read it off?
Look, yeah. First, I want to say, Yobi, I sent you a message too behind the scenes. I don't mind saying that out loud. Because you are, I consider you a brother too. We don't chop it up in party chats enough, and live tends to do that. But I am glad to know that you're all right, Brody. I figured you were taking a little bit of a mental break, and hanging out. You're definitely one, but some of this top echelon. And I want people to understand that this is not something that I'm taking lightly. I don't take none of it lightly, to be quite frank. But I'll just get into it. He says, shout out to the legendary Yobi with the $300 bomb. I'm talking, this is a nuke. This is a nuke. And again, let me know if this was an error, bro, because I'll get it. This is not a problem for me. But hello, everyone. Steel and Pong, I gave you all my word when you hit 1K. And this is me keeping it. So you can make that announcement whenever you like. Like we discussed, I am recovering. My mental health is on its way back to being super healthy again. Gaming is helping a lot with it. I'll see you all in 2024.
Hey,
legend.
Nobody take the time you need, brother.
Take all the time that you need, legend. Ladies and gentlemen, if you don't know what he's talking about, since he kind of pulled the wrapper off a little bit here, we were discussing on getting a giveaway set up at some point, and we're going to be giving away a Series S right here, Living Split Screen. Now, still something we're going to work on the background. That definitely is part of that deal. That's something that I've been hinting about in the background for some time. But again, life pulls us all the ways that it wants. So, but this is definitely going to it's going to put some things in motion for sure. But again, Yobi, the number one thing for me, I'm glad to know that you're all right, brother. Glad to know that gaming is your passion is still something that you can rely on and sit back on. The fact that you're even able to comfortably do that, what you did right here, bro, that says leaps and bounds for me. And again, whenever you're ready, Brody, I know how you feel about humanity. Paul can definitely relate to. We've been in the sales and dealing with people, customer service. I've been in the industry for a long time, dealing with every facet of person that you can possibly ever imagine. And this goes out to anybody, not just Yobi. Now, again, there's a two-way street, but if there's any time where y'all want to sit down, chop it up, you send me an invite through, let's chop it up, man. Let's talk. Let's discuss. I'm always down for those. I'm always down for those conversations. I'm not saying that I'm going to have all the answers. I'm not telling you that I'll be there at every waking moment. But if I see it come across, you send me a message. There's a reason why I put my name out there and make sure to tell you guys how you can find me. I do not dodge people. I will respond to you. Again, I don't have all the answers. I'm not your dad. I'm not your grandfather. I'm not any of these things, but I can be somewhat of a friend to you, right? I'm not saying we're going to be best friends. I can't get that. Doesn't happen to everybody, but I could definitely be somebody to reach out to at least chop it up with and go from there. Nothing but love, respect to everybody that's in chat. Yobi, glad to see that you're doing good, Brody. That is, I'm dumbfounded, man. I don't. We'll definitely we'll move it forward.
Yeah.
What else were you gonna say?
We'll make that happen. No, again, if you need to take breaks, this goes for everybody. If you need to take breaks, take your breaks. Don't think anything about it. You don't need to announce it. If you don't feel like announcing it, you don't need to do anything. Walk away and take your break and make sure that you are okay, because real life is way more
It's still
important than
going on in the
anything
background,
that talk about here and in this community. So please, again, if you ever find yourself in the position where it's getting to be too much on social media, where it's getting to be too much in this community, or whatever is going on, and you just know that you need to reset yourself, do a hard reset and just step away from everything, and never feel like you ever have to explain to anybody what you're doing. If you want to, that's fine, but never feel like you are abandoning or feel like it's about you. At the end of the day, you can only control you, and you're the only one who is going to help you. There are people that are being willing to be reached out to. If you need to talk, again, like Steele said, my DMs are always open. I've never closed them for anybody. I've had people reach out to me in the past. I will always take the time to talk if that is the situation where you need to talk. So again,
1,000%.
Yobi, never. I just want to know you're okay, brother. So again, the super chat, you keeping what you believe is your word, which is your bond, and doing that is fantastic. We're going to follow through with that. We will do the giveaway in your name.
Now YouTube is going to take a cut, but
YouTube's going to take a cut. We're going to make it happen.
Work.
We're going to make it happen, Yobi, and that's not something I ever expected you to come back.
Yeah,
so just great to know that you're a good brother, and we'll see you in 2024, brother. Take the time you need. So
we'll be here, man. Yeah, we'll definitely be here for you. You already know. Much love, and I greatly appreciate that. Well, ladies and gentlemen, what have I been into gaming wise? Wow. I've been in a couple different places, actually. And we're getting some heavy frame drops here. I don't know what's going on with that. Let's see if I can make some adjustments here real quick. I don't know why it's dropping off like that. I don't have anything else running but Zoom.
Well, because we're back for the first Saturday, right? So
that is typically what ends up happening. This is
what's going to happen.
You know. Let me pull up one thing real quick. I will say, just because we are on the audio side of things too, let us know in chat if you're having any issues. Really, that way I can know if I need to adjust anything. It doesn't say anything is messing with my network, so
I'm getting second by second buffering on YouTube right now.
Second by second.
So okay. Yeah. It's very quick. It's very light, but it is there. It buffers for a second and then comes back, and now it looks like it's
smoothing out.
Yeah, it's smoothing out. It looks like.
Yeah, it's jumping. It's jumping back up. Okay. I don't know what's going on with this heavy dips right there. But again, nonetheless,
hey,
as long as we're good, we're rocking and rolling. Yeah, it's always that Saturday that we come back where things just have to act like they don't know how to act right. So all good.
Maybe you got some water in your lines.
No, I shouldn't have any water in my lines. Usually it seems to be gaming related, but we'll see.
You guys streaming on the PS Portal? No, why so serious? We're not streaming on the portal.
No, yeah, we're definitely not doing that. But okay. What have I been into this week as far as gaming goes? Well, Call of Duty Modern Warfare 3 is definitely on that list. I've enjoyed what I played out of the zombie mode. More so because I've been able to play that in third person. And that's been really dope. Just to see the characters that I've got. I got my Spawn unlocked. So I've been really maining him and running around with him all the time. Seeing Spawn and zombies, I feel like they just add up. It just lines up really perfectly. So that's been a really good time. And there's a lot of intense moments. That's the one thing that I will say about the zombies this time around, is that I'm finding a lot of intense moments, right? Especially if you get into the tier 2 zone, tier 3 zone. There's a lot of those moments to be had. Though I'm now coming across an issue that I just personally have with those things, where I don't feel like there's any true or real progression in that mode. I'm starting to get a feeling like I don't understand why I'm playing this. And this is kind of the thing that I run into in like PvE games, especially as I progress in them, where it's just like, okay, why else am I playing this mode? Like it's cool, it's fun, but I'd rather be shooting other people. You know what I mean? Like I don't know. But I have been able to take those feelings online and get some multiplayer in. Also, I hadn't been able to get in there in the last few days though, so I got try to get back on yesterday, and it was getting pushed around a bit. I'm also, especially when a new Call of Duty comes out, I try to level up every gun, right? Especially with how they have it set up now, where you have to unlock a certain levels of guns, and I just take them to max anyway, so you can get certain attachments for other guns or whatever. So I just been working on that. So I mean, that's been getting me clapped up a bit, but I also jumped into Halo for a little bit. Nothing major. Can't say that, oh man, I'm 100% in. But every time that I've jumped back into it, I do think that it's pulling me a little bit harder than Call of Duty's multiplayer is right now. There is some nostalgia there because the maps that they brought back from Halo 3 are definitely impressive. They look good, but the armors are looking good now. The mixing and matching, again, the comparison from when the game came out to now, and just seeing the variety of everybody's Spartan now, is such a dope thing to see. Nobody really looks the same anymore. So every match that you get into, it feels unique, except for the Mark V armor dropped. And yeah, people started looking the same because it's Chief. I mean, of course. But
yeah, of course.
Yeah, so Halo Infinite, Halo Infinite is continuing to move the direction that I felt that it was moving. Again, I've never been super down on Halo Infinite. I'm also somebody that hasn't been down on Halo traditionally, especially as somebody who's into the lore of Halo. I've read the books. I've kind of been behind the scenes. Hey, yeah, Doom, I'm not the guy that I love talking about Halo 4 and 5, but I'm not the guy to shit on Halo 4 and 5. You know what I mean? Like, a lot of people do, and I just can't. I'm not that critical. I will say that 343 has dropped the ball in many facets because it's the same thing. It's the same smoke that I think Diablo deserves and why they shouldn't be in the ongoing games section. Which is, we have people like, oh no, it's Alex who rides on Diablo, and he makes some good points. I don't think I'm as overly critical, but I do understand where he is coming from. And when I look at Diablo, I'm like, I don't know, man. You're doing some things that are really questionable to me for somebody who, for an IP that's supposed to be a vet. But my mainstay here recently, at least when I'm not listening to additional content, school stuff and whatnot, has been Fate Samurai Remnant. It is a anime style game. It's kind of like, the best way I could put it, it's like Tales of Arise, but it's more interesting. The story seems to grip me a little bit better. It definitely plays on the fantastical elements a little bit more, the over the top side of it. I know Tales of Arise does too, in a lot of ways, but I feel like that kind of carries over. Like later on, it kind of picks up with Fate, because and Fate does have animes and things like that. And I have never watched Fate, the Fate anime, on any front, movies or whatever. So to jump into this game, not really expecting too much, but because I was interested in the combat, because what they've done is, the Fate IP has made some like Musu type games, right? So in the vein of like Dynasty Warriors, and things of that nature, where you go around mobbing on a bunch and doing all these crazy combos on hundreds of enemies and working towards certain objectives and whatnot. You guys are familiar with that play style, and if you're not, hopefully that explains it pretty well. So they incorporate that a little bit into this game, but they also give you some strategy elements there. The other game that I think Sword and Fairy would probably be a better comparison. Except there's more enemies going on in Fate Samurai Remnant, for sure. Because they do take some of their Musu roots, and they'll put a bunch of enemies in like one section that you get into. So you'll run into an area and there's just a bunch of enemies in there, and you'll have to fight them. And then it might spawn some more enemies in, and you'll fight them. But then the way that the story progresses too, and again, I'm just now in chapter 2, and I probably have over 30 hours into the game, and the way that the story is progressing, and it's extremely engaging. It's like it holds your hand, but not so much to a point where it's like, oh man, I can't do anything in here. Yeah, you say Remnant 2. No, Fate Samurai Remnant. We definitely would talk about Remnant 2. I feel like that should be in the discussion for sure. But yeah, it's a really dope game. Has a really good story, has really good combat, has really dope art style. Anybody that's into those types of games, or maybe you jumped into Sword and Fairy, Together Forever, I believe that is called on Game Pass because it was Sword and Fairy 7, I believe, prior. Definitely check it out. Yes, it's a $60 game, but if you got access to it, I do think it's a good one to jump into. Outside of that, there's some gacha games that I've been trying to get into. I've been waiting for Wuthering Waves, and also Zenless Zone Zero is supposed to be from Hoyoverse. Another more action-oriented kind of game. It's supposed to be having their beta soon. Hopefully I get into that. But I've been playing this game, this other game called Snowbreak Containment Zone. And it's an anime, this is the game that I was kind of talking about, I think it was like last week. It's like a third-person Division. But it's not as smooth as Division, of course. But there's like, they got to work on their locomotion a bit. But as far as like it's a cover-based shooter, right? You still have the over-the-top abilities, like you would in kind of Division, where you can send a drone out, you can do this, you can have a turret, whatever. These characters, it is a gacha game. So you'll roll for characters or whatever, but the different characters have their abilities, but everybody uses a gun. So there'll be a shotgun, a sniper, an assault rifle, submachine gun. You have a team of 3. And my team of 3 has got an AR, submachine gun, and a shotty. So, you know, I get up in close and personal. The enemies are pretty good. It is very similar to how you would approach enemies in the Division. Like, sure, can the enemies like be aggressive and be a problem? Yeah. But I'm also earlier on in the game to where I haven't seen to where the enemies start flanking and they just get real buck wild and start getting crazy, but you can take a lot of damage like you do kind of in the Division. Now, this game doesn't have any PvP, so there is that. But for an anime style cover-based type shooter, that has a gacha game. Shooting mechanics feel pretty dope. It's really interesting. It's a good looking game. Does seem to be dry in some facets as far as aesthetically, but you could tell it's not made by some AAA dev team, right? But that game's been pretty cool too. But that's been pretty much what I've been into this week, with Fate Samurai Remnant being the mainstay for sure. I'm gonna work myself through there and go from there, man. So
I like it, Brody. You come with the off the wall ones. I like it. You dig deep sometimes.
I try, man. I don't know.
You do.
I feel I get in these weird stints. I feel like, man. I be looking for something to appeal to my needs, and not everything is sticking out there, man. You know, I got to get back to Miles Morales, but I think I'll just wait till Spider-Man 2 starts getting the PC a little bit closer, because I was like, this feels good, but if I'm going to get in that mode, and the more I'm seeing from it, again, I'm not just going to say it's DLC, because when you make a part 2 for a game, it should carry over a lot of those similar mechanics to how we got games before. I would just rather wait to just carry that experience over, to go from Miles Morales into Spider-Man 2, just for consistency's sake. So I think I might just wait. But yeah.
I hear you, brother. All right, Steel. Well, what are we going to do here, Steel?
I don't know what we're going to get into. I think we should get into Jim Ryan. No, yeah, let's shout out to the chat.
Whoa, pause. I'm not getting anywhere in Jim Ryan. Jeez.
Whoa.
Oh, wow.
Knee deep.
Yeah. Better than balls. All right. Let's go.
Yeah, let's get into Jim Ryan. Let's get into this Jim Ryan conversation.
No.
Let's get into it, man.
No. No. All right. Shout out to the chat. Let's see. We got some amazing people in here. We got the one and only Decado in the house. What's going on, Decado? We got, of course, Eastside Vandal dropping on in here this morning. Thank you, Eastside. Always love to see you, brother. Crispy Bomb is in the house, everybody. What's going on, Crispy? Always a pleasure, sir. Thank you for dropping in here. Doom Reaper is in the house. What's going on, Doom? What's going on? We got Visual Walkthrough dropping on in here as well. Thank you for joining the chat today. Visual, appreciate that. We got Wilfrey Rosario in the house. What's going on, Wilfrey? Always a pleasure to see your name. We got the actually guy, the brother from another lore master, Jasper, dropping on in here, who admitted last night on Xbox Ultimate Steel, I don't know if you heard this one, his all-time favorite fighting game is Shaq Fu.
I did hear that. Y'all had a I did hear that. I thought that was interesting. Fu,
everybody. Yo. Oh, the classic fighting game right there. Jason Max is in here. What's going on, Jason Max? Froggy T. White is in the house. What's going on, Froggy? Why so serious is in here. What's going on? Why? We got Tim the Sorcerer in the house. What's going on, Tim? East Texas, Alex, great to see you, brother. Thank you for dropping in here this morning. Red Monkey Butts in the house, everybody. What's going on, Red? Dip Down Anime dropping on in here and saying hi. What's going on, Dip Down? Who else we got in here? We got Blue Moon FC, of course, brother. Great to have you a part of the show, as always. Of course, we mentioned him a lot. We talked about him a lot. He came in here with the big bomb, the nuke, dropped in here. The legendary Yobi. I don't know if he's still lurking or not. Maybe he dipped out. He said, see you in 2024. Again, Yobi, appreciate you so much, brother. Just happy that you're okay, man. So great to see you. Thank you for dropping in here again, sir. Game Pass Dad is in the house. What is going on, Game Pass Dad? Always great to see you, brother, making people laugh out here in the streets. We got the one, the only Hazador Gaming. And if Haz is still lurking, always want to thank you, sir, for the work you do on X, formerly known as Twitter, with posting all the news and relevant goings on. Appreciate you so much, Hazador, for all of that, sir. You guys, you know, Idol, everybody out there that does that, Akami Games, Noble, everybody, Clobriel, everybody that does that. Again, we can't thank you enough. Obviously, we use that for our shows. It's an easy way of getting the information. So thanks, Haz. Who else we got in here? Refudge Gaming dropped in here because, of course, he felt the presence of the sub train. So Refudge had to drop on in here. Great to see you, Refudge. Nam Omar in the house. What's going on, Nam? Great to see you, brother. Thank you for dropping in here on a Saturday morning. We got Soy2 Mangs. What's going on? Great to see you jumping in here. We got the one, the only Andrew Cullinane in the house. What's going on, Andrew? Wouldn't be a Saturday without seeing your name in here as well. Who else? We got General Spartan 27 in the house. What's going on, General? Great to have you joining the show. We got the amazing Web Dave in the house. And if you haven't checked out Web Dave's channel, please do so. Got great interviews up there, man. And you know, he just does fantastic work on all the shows. Does a lot of Boom shows. He's got his own show with Game Pass Daily, Retry, of course, on Sundays. Please go check out his content. Always such a great dude. We got Dr. Dinglenut in the house. What's going on, Dr. Dinglenut? Great to see you. We got the brother from another, Psychonauts, in the house. I believe Psychonauts might be working this morning at the GameStop on the front lines, everybody. That's right. Psycho had his stories about the PlayStation Portal last night to end the show. Great to see you, Psychonauts. We got the one, the only, of course, Mr. Boomstick dropping in here underneath the channel, Double Barrel Gaming. So great to see you, Boom. Always shout out to you. I'm sure you're doing your Saturday morning chores, listening to us or listening to the Gaming Circle podcast, as you always are wont to do. Great to see you, Boom. Thank you for dropping in here and thanks for sharing us out, brother. Appreciate that. Let's see if I got it. Joe Dunmore. Joe Dunmore dropped on in here to say hi. Thank you, Joe Dunmore. Appreciate you, brother, so much. We got the one, the only Nixie, of course, in the house. It wouldn't be a Saturday morning without Nixie being around. Thank you, Nixie, for showing up as always, sir. We got Rescue Squad Culp, one of the originals, in here as well. Sanchez MTZ Gaming. I see you, brother, dropping in here and saying hi. Appreciate you. We got Jax 82. I see you dropping in here, sir. Thank you all for being Scorpio. I see you. I see Scorpio. I see the one, the only Jacob Novick dropping on in here. Jacob, great to see you lurking out here. sir. Appreciate it. I think that's everybody I can see currently, Steel. So you want to get in Psychonauts, PS Portal's a cash grab. They just said it. It's not to make any profit. Maybe we'll talk about it. Anyways, you want to get into this day in gaming, Steel? Or what do you want to do?
This day in gaming? You mean the upcoming games?
Gaming, this upcoming week of games. Yeah, we're going to end the show already, folks. Thanks. It's been real. This day in gaming coming alive to you.
There is one other person that I do want to shout out.
Yeah, shout out.
And that person is you in the audience. If you're a listener, shout out to all the audio listeners that are tuning in. Even though if you're not here live, you can't get a special shout out. We can't get your name out there. At least you can know. I do appreciate you also for tuning in and listen to us. So.
Yeah, let's even if you listen to us in the future, man. You're the same. Love you. It's Timmy. He's dropping in here late. What's going on? It's Timmy. All right. Let's get into this upcoming week of games. And this is going to be Thanksgiving week for the United States. So this is going to be the week of the 20th, starting on the 20th of November. And actually, Steel, we've only got one game this week, according to Game Informer.
Damn. Okay.
We got one game. Jurassic Park Classic Games Collection. I didn't even know this was coming out.
That's
PlayStation 5, Xbox Series, PlayStation 4, Xbox One, Switch, and PC. This is from Limited Run Games is putting this out. Okay. I'm not down with Limited Run Games and some of the decisions they made from their personnel department. But if this includes Steel, did you hold on? I gotta look this up. I gotta see what games this includes.
I've never played a Jurassic Park game.
Okay, well, that answers my question. Because there are actually 1 to 2 really good games. Well, there's actually more than that now because, of course, we got Lego, which is always great. We got Evolution, which is a great park manager game, theme park manager game. I love it. Let me see what this includes. Classic Games Collection. Hold on. I got to see what this. Hold on, chat. Since we don't have any other games this week. And again, if you guys know of other games coming out this week, please let me know. I got to believe there's got to be some other ones out there. I could check Xbox Wire real quick.
It's been a long time since we've had like one game in the upcoming list. It seems like we've always had at least a few. In that same spectrum. So
I'm trying to find a list of the games that's included in this.
Get this chat
with the following fan favorite titles originally released. Okay, yeah, but you're not giving me give me the list of games, please. Here's the full list. Okay, so here's the full list. I think I finally found one here. Thank you. All right, so you get Jurassic Park from the NES. You get Jurassic Park from the SNES. You get the Game Boy Jurassic Park. You get the Sega Genesis Jurassic Park, which is actually really good. I played the Sega Genesis Jurassic Park. I actually really enjoyed that one. You get Jurassic Park, The Chaos Continues from Super Nintendo, which I never played. Chaos Continues Game Boy version, which you never get. I never played. And you get the Rampage edition from the Genesis as well. And I believe I did play that one, but I know for a fact that the Sega Genesis Jurassic Park, I actually really enjoyed. Inspired by let's see here. Each game includes modern features like save states, new in-game maps, and other quality of life fixes, as well as various curated extras. Crazy, bro. I did not know this is coming out because it's limited run games. So I don't know if you could still, I don't know if they've sold out or not. You'll have to go check that out on limited run games. Let me check Xbox Wire real quick too. Sorry guys, normally we don't have these situations where there's not a whole lot to say. But let me see if they've got anything. Let's see.
Not from what I can tell though.
Again, because it is Thanksgiving week, because of the Black Friday deals going on, this is normally a slower week. But let me go here. Next week on Xbox. Okay, so here's what we got coming up on Xbox through the Xbox Wire. November 21st, we have Wordless 2D active turn-based platformer. Okay, interesting. Players will explore intricate and interconnected areas full of secrets and mysteries to uncover. That is coming on the 21st for Xbox Series consoles. Then we have Deserted, Xbox One X Enhanced is a stylized 3D action adventure with light RPG and narrative elements inspired by the alien atmosphere of Out of This World. Makes sense. That is coming. That's Deserted on November 22nd. We have Farm Builder, Xbox One X Enhanced, Xbox Play Anywhere. I just had to make sure this was 2023 with all these Xbox One Enhanced games. It is the strategy puzzle board game in which you must construct farms, roads, and surround it with windmills and water towers to score points. We got Setris, which is a take on Tetris, obviously, by the sounds of it. Yes, it's from East Asia Soft Limited. Optimized for Xbox Series consoles. That is coming out this week on the 22nd. Train Valley 2 Community Edition coming out on the 22nd. We have Alina of the Arena.
It's pretty good name.
Got an anime cover to it. So there you go, from Pinix Games. This is a roguelike deck builder tactics game. Interesting. It combines elements from Slay the Spire and Into the Breach. Okay, interesting. Play as a gladiator to survive. That is coming optimized for Xbox Series consoles on the 23rd. We got Akone Island, an Earthlock adventure. Earthlock was an interesting little title that I did play back in the day. So this is obviously a side story to that. That is coming November 23rd. Explore the beautiful and Akone Island, befriend magical creatures and fight monsters with your friends or adventure solo. Gather resources, craft tools and gears. Okay, so it's a survival game. All right, it's cool. November 23rd. Train Traffic Manager on November 24th. This Train Traffic Manager isn't your grandpa's model railway set. Think fast, plan faster, and keep those trains from turning into flaming metal confetti. Interesting. Sounds fun. Strategy puzzle game. Train Traffic Manager, November 24th. And then finally, Trash is Fun.
Oh, okay.
Optimized for series consoles. Trash is Fun offers exciting graphics combining a harsh post-apocalyptic theme with bright stylized style. That's terrible. Okay. Anyways, the soundtrack featuring a blend of electronic beats and environmental sounds enhances the overall experience, pulling you deeper into the post-apocalyptic universe. All right. So that's Trash is Fun coming November 24th. Okay. And that's it from Xbox Wire too. So it's really, nothing big this week at all, Steel.
Yeah, I mean, again, going into Thanksgiving, Black Friday happening next week. Again, there's not a whole lot. I mean, and this week has kind of been back to back with a lot of different titles. So
yeah. We just got Persona Tactica in Game Pass. Yes. So if you have not downloaded it, I didn't get a chance to say that I did play that as well. For a short bit, I played the opening portions of Persona Tactica. Really good. Again, if you like Atlas games. As long as you like turn-based, you will be into Persona Tactica. It's got the same type of long-winded story narratives going on where there's a lot of talking going on, and then you go into battle and it's just basically turn-based tactical battle. And they took Persona 5, the thieves, from Persona 5 and turned them into more kid-like characters for this. It's got that hey, we made all the main characters kids kind of thing.
Chibi characters.
TB character, sure. There we go. But over the topness of Atlas is there. The intro, the music, all of it, top notch. So if you're into that, Persona 5 Tactica is in Game Pass right now, and I did enjoy so far what I played. It already had me smiling, which is always a good sign. The main boss character that they introduce, I won't spoil it for anybody. She is dope, really cool, over the top, just awesomeness. So, go check that out. But we have had a run here, Steel. I think we all have plenty of games already.
Oh yeah.
So I think a week like this is okay. Never will I say that we always have more than enough. We can always drop more games because they will just be there for me when I'm ready. Even 2 years from now, it doesn't matter to me. But this week's okay. That's fine. We can have a week like this. So.
Yeah, for sure. Well, guys, I want to know from you all, how do you feel about the Xbox tax? Do you think that's real? Let us know in chat. We'll get into it here in a second. But yeah, it has definitely been a year. I seem like this year has more so demonstrated on a week-to-week basis the amount of games that we have. But again, things got to calm down at some point. We are getting to the end of the year. Game Awards is right around the corner, and I think that's a perfect transition to get into the Game Award topic. That has been something that has been extremely divisive, as it tends to be every year, I feel like, where there are games that we personally feel that are snubbed. There are things that are put in there that aren't necessarily representative of how we feel as gamers. And Pong, I mean, where do we pick it up from there real quick? And then we'll launch off of that. Let me see my youngest out real quick. You're muted.
That's why I wasn't prepared. I wasn't prepared for you to turn over the show. Go handle your business. All right. So
I'm back.
Oh. Why would you do that, bro?
I thought you were ready, man. My fault.
No, bro, that's cool. I could have jumped into it. I didn't know you were turning it over to me right there. So
no, they had just knocked and she was saying her goodbyes. So.
Okay, all right.
But we're good now.
All right,
but no, I do still want to springboard it off of you. I mean, just real quick, because you have talked about it several times already, right? And I know you don't typically get tired of having the conversation or whatever. No. But from how would you like to approach and angle this conversation? As somebody that has talked about this several times at this point, what do you think is maybe the underlying issue? What is the approach? What is the strategy? Is the Xbox tax from what you've discussed? Is it a fake thing? Is it make believe? Is it we just making stuff up because we want to inflate this thing in our heads that we're important? What's going on, man? Explain it to me. What's up?
Are we so we're not gonna do like the TGAs in general right now. You just want to talk about whether or not we've still got a situation where there's some bias or some just
to kind of wet the whistle, I would say, for lack of a better way to put it, right?
Well, I mean, again, this all stems from the TGAs, which we knew was going to happen this week, one way or the other. We knew we were going to get a fire this week, one way or the other. And obviously TJ's brought to light again, at least to the Xbox community, that there seems to be some snubbery going on, that there seemingly is still some holdback. Now, again, I'm going to state this up in front because everybody who listens to me knows that I think Starfield is the greatest game of all time for me. I believe it's my game of the year. I believe it will be a game of the generation. I consider it a game of the generation. What I'm about to say has nothing to do with Starfield, because if you've listened to me on other shows and here, you know that for a fact, for the past few weeks, I've been saying that it was not going to get nominated for Game of the Year. Okay. So when I talk about this, that disclaimer has to go out for all future people listening to this. Anybody, because it's seemingly, I made a innocent post coming at the Game Awards when I saw the Game of the Year nominations, and there was 2 Nintendo games and a remake in there. People instantly, there were some people who assumed that I was capping for Starfield, as the kids like to say. No, I wasn't. There's other games in that list that I thought should have been included in Game of the Year as well. So, but the TJs kicked this off this week because it wasn't just about the Game of the Year. It was about other categories in which there was no credit given to certain games, including Starfield.
Right.
Obviously the biggest one overall, and this goes outside of the Xbox situation, but it does give us the strongest evidence of bias in this media. And there's no way, unless you are completely oblivious, unless you completely deny this fact, but I believe the majority of people agree here still, Hogwarts Legacy was completely left out of the Game Awards in every single category for reasons. That is the biggest form of evidence that, yes, the media, the majority of the media, and I'm not saying all, because I'm sure it's not all. We've seen evidence of that as well. It's not all, but out of the 120 of voters or votes, I should say, that are counted, the vast majority decided to leave Hogwarts Legacy out for their own agendas, for their own political bias, for their own views on J.K. Rowling.
Mm-hmm.
So you right there, if you say that that is true and you believe that, which again, the vast majority of people that I'm seeing do, then there is no way you can't tell me that those biases don't show up in other places when it comes to our discussions about whether or not Xbox gets taxed.
At least if we're going to have an honest conversation, you can't.
Correct. You can't. Number two, the Hogwarts Legacy absolutely destroys any legitimacy, in my opinion, to these game awards and what Keighley's been trying to grow.
That's fair.
It absolutely destroys it. It burns it down to the ground. Okay? Because then you are not legitimately judging games. And you are not legitimately trying to celebrate developers and publishers who do well throughout the year.
Okay.
Okay? You're not. Because if you can do that with Hogwarts, you can do that with other games. And a lot of the categories that happened in the TGAs came up empty, as far as my opinion goes, as to making sure that games were celebrated, that teams were celebrated appropriately. Okay? It's a popularity contest, folks. That's what this is. And again, you can say, well, that's obvious. That's any award show. Sure, but there are award shows who rise above it and do seemingly actually have some standards associated with them that does make their selection process seem like the people that do it actually do care.
Yeah.
Right? So we do have examples of that. And yes, popularity will always come into play. I understand that. That's not something that I'm blind to, obviously. But the fact is, right now, when we're getting back to the original way that Steele started this, as far as the Xbox tax goes, as people have made trend on X, formerly known as Twitter, if you want to talk about the Xbox tax specifically, right now, Xbox isn't popular, Steele. Okay, as popular as PlayStation and Nintendo. Nintendo and PlayStation are the cool kids in the room.
Mm-hmm.
Now, again, I'm speaking to a lot of people in the chat, myself included, who do like Xbox, who even some here may have been part of the original Xbox and have been that loyal consumer all the way through, who might be that fanboy or fangirl of Xbox, right? So I'm saying something here that obviously for us that are fans, well, how do you say that? Well, again, popularity wise, from the standpoint of globally, Nintendo and PlayStation are the cool kids.
Mm-hmm.
What happens then is, and again, I'll bring up another point here, is you can see it from the number of reviews that are done on multi-plat games, the number of requests for PlayStation versions versus Xbox versions. You can go look at those numbers on Metacritic, OpenCritic, and you can see the difference in who is reviewing on what platform. And overwhelmingly on the multi-plats, you see 2 to 3 times more reviews on PlayStation, on the PlayStation version. That right there tells you that there is a bias out here. Okay.
Has always been.
Now, to what degree is where I think the argument lies. And we'll probably never be able to measure that appropriately.
No, you know how we do. You know how we measure it appropriately, Pong?
Yeah.
A popularity. What console is selling the most?
Correct.
How was it always determined previously?
Sure, but I'm saying to the degree of what it affects, right? To the degree of what effect that has overall, right? On scores, on game awards, all that kind of stuff.
I feel like we've had this. There's a lot of parallels, and I don't mean to interrupt, but because there's a lot of interesting things that kind of spiral off of this that people don't, for whatever reason. And again, this is something that we say every time about different subjects. But for whatever reason, people judge all these other things in their life that we've always had discussions on, like people bring up the movie awards or Grammys and things like that. We have always had discussions about how they feel biased, so they don't really represent the movie industry well, what the people actually watched, or none of that. That's always been an issue. And that is also carried over into gaming and whatnot. But just like those other industries, if you want to see how bias works, look at how it happens everywhere else.
Right.
Look at the, you want the easiest example? Look at the phone industry.
Yep.
Look at what Apple has done with their phones.
Sure.
Apple, along with the community, has created an environment and has created this conversation. And this is a real thing. This isn't fake like it is in the gaming space, it feels like sometimes. Apple legitimately has people so brainwashed to the point that if you do not own a Apple product, you are less than. Correct. These are real conversations. And you want to say, oh, well, these aren't just normal people. No, these are normal people. Sure. This is your, like how we consider the casuals. This is what the casual audience has done to people to other casuals. They'll look at somebody who has an Android device.
Humans always judge.
Exactly. So
it happens with cars. It happens with houses.
Always. It doesn't. With. I can have a Lexus. You can have a Lexus, and I can tell you it's a Toyota, and you'll be mad at me just because the parts are made at the same exact place. There's no difference. Just because one is the luxury version doesn't make the Toyota less than all of a sudden. Just because, as an example, you have an Audi and somebody has a Volkswagen, maybe you should talk about, hey, just as an example.
Audi belly button. You can get judged for that too.
You can. So it's just like, you can. But it's the reason I bring that up is because if it happens everywhere else, then why is it so hard to grasp or understand, or why do people make it seem like it's weird that, oh, well, you guys are talking about this quote unquote Xbox tax or the bias, but it's just PlayStation is just better. Yeah. That's what people say about every other product. So what's the difference here?
There is no difference because people want to, and Nixie, you're absolutely correct that most award shows aren't fair and they're not intended to be there for entertainment purposes. But that's what Steele's point is. The argument in the community, the argument from the other side is that everything is neutral across the board with the reviewers and that there's no bias ever shown. And again, and this goes for both sides too, by the way. There are examples where PlayStation got taxed, but the vast majority of the time it goes against Xbox because they're not the cool kids, quote unquote, in the room, is to Steele's point. They are not the cool kids to the majority out there of the people whose votes count, to the professional journalists. Xbox, because of whatever, a variety of reasons. Some have been publicly stated. Some people still hate Microsoft as a corporation and will not give credit where credit is due because of that agenda that they have. And that includes Xbox because they are part of the Microsoft family. So again, we wouldn't be having this conversation if everybody just agreed that these award shows mean nothing, that they're just for entertainment value alone. But unfortunately, that's not the conversation that's had. The conversation that's had is if you are not up for Game of the Year awards, then you are putting out shit for quality games. Again, that standard has been long ago decided. Okay, if you're not in the conversation for Game of the Year, that means your games were less than, as Steele was just saying. And because Nintendo and PlayStation have dominated the Game Awards for the past decade plus, that means the Xbox is still on the outside looking in. And until they break through that barrier, again, I'm not talking about us. Again, this is never about those of us who are enthusiasts, those of us who could give a shit less about reviews or awards, who play the games we want to play because we know who we are as gamers, which is something Steele and I talked about. This isn't about us. This is about the wider reach, about the masses who still go to IGN to tell them what games they should be playing, which is the vast majority of gamers.
True.
Or have their friends tell them what they should be playing. And their friends get their information from resources such as that still. They don't come into this community and decide what they want to play.
And that's at least 80% of people.
Correct.
That happens with.
That's what this is about. That's what this is about. And the Game Awards from that standpoint still do have meaning, just like reviews, even if not to us, still do have meaning. And why there is such a discussion around this, because the wider audience gets that ripple effect from these things.
I don't like when people say that. Why do we keep talking about reviews when they don't matter? Yes. Because they do matter. No, they don't matter to me as an individual, because I know who I am I know what I'm looking for. I know what I want. I know what I expect. I know I can control my own FOMO. Like, there's so many things that roll into me, but I am somebody who takes this not probably, but we have a show about it. I obviously take this much more serious than the casual gamer may. So I at least feel like a responsibility. If I was in the position, yes, I can give my perspective, but I also have to be objective. And I thought, and Mav made this point on PM and the PM, I thought that games were supposed to be about the objectivity of them instead of the subjectivity of them, because everything could be subjective.
This is a discussion I wanted to have with you too, Steele. Okay. Right? Because I brought this up on PM and the PM, right? Shout out to Everborn, shout out to you who have carried the torch as far as gaming as art. And I saw this used in defense of the situation as well. Mm-hmm. But my point on PM and the PM was, of course, there is a big part of gaming in games and creation of games that is art, right? Yes. There are visual, there are audio, there are the stories. That is all art. That is all creation. However, the difference between that and going to look at paintings in an art museum, or, going and listening to music, right? Although there are, again, it crosses over. There are crossovers.
There's plenty of crossovers.
But what I'm saying is, all of that can be subjective, right? Again, you're not going to go tell Van Gogh, you're not going to look at a Van Gogh and go, ooh, I really wish he wouldn't have used that brush stroke right there.
I mean, you could.
You could if you are in that, right? You could. But what I'm saying is that overall, that's the subjective part of it, is the visual, the audio, what you're seeing, the story, how it's presented to you. Those are all subjective. I will not disagree with that. And that's where the art comes into play. But there are still technical aspects to games that can be quantified. Right? That can be judged and quantified objectively. And we still see those aspects being subjectified, if that's a word. Because we're going to use it right now. We still see nowadays in the review process actual objective, quantifiable facts about games as far as performance goes, mechanics goes, control goes, all of that stuff. We still see those now being lumped into a subjective situation where certain reviewers or certain outlets ignore problems with those areas on certain games, for certain devs, for certain publishers, for certain IP. That's where we don't have any standardization in this, right? And so that's the point that Mav was making too, that the objectiveness that is available to look at games by is no longer there in large quantities, right?
And that's why the respect isn't there anymore, right? Correct. Because that was the whole reason why you went to school, why we considered you a professional in that field. It's the same thing with journalism, that the reason why we considered you that is because you had the wherewithal to be objective. You studied the multiple aspects of this field and says, hey, these are the things that are important. To remove my personal, and again, everybody has their personal biases, right? Everybody. I don't give a fuck who you are. You have a personal bias towards something.
Of course.
Now, whether you acknowledge those personal biases or not is two different things. Because once you start acknowledging the personal bias, now you can be objective. You can say, okay, this is how I
remove yourself from that.
Exactly. And the art of being able to do that is completely gone. Now, it was already fading, but because the internet has allowed for people to make bold-faced ass statements, and people get paid more when they make things that sound extremely controversial, why wouldn't you criticize things more subjectively to end up stirring up the audience and driving the traffic to whatever channel that you're trying to pull it into? Right?
Because that doesn't work nowadays.
Because it does not. Exactly. So, and that is always going to be the main crux of the conversation that I am always going to be speaking to, because like Pong was mentioning, gaming is art and should be treated as such. But just like anything else that we can judge, there are technical aspects to them. Gaming isn't the only thing that has. I do think that gaming has one of the most technical sides to it, right? Because this isn't just, and I'm not saying anything else like movies or painting or building vehicle or building machinery, whatever. I'm not saying that that's
writing. There's technical aspects.
Yeah, there's technical things. It's a lot of things. But as far as art goes, I do think that gaming is the most expansive and most technical form of entertainment that we have, because of what goes into it. It's not just a visual thing. It's not just a gameplay thing. It's not just a world building thing. It's not just it's everything. Everything has to come out to be a good game. If it does not fit well within the world, if it just starts not making sense, if this is something that I always say, it's something small. When characters don't feel like they're walking in the environment that they're placed in, and they're walking on top of the environment, I, as a gamer, can notice that, and that does bother me, right? So it's just like, wow, somebody that just spent 5 years of their life making this game, me as a gamer can be super critical and say, look, the character don't look like they're part of this game that you made. So like, how do you expect for me to be connected with it? You can see where you can start seeing that is a valid criticism, but I can also understand how someone else, that may not be a big thing for somebody like Pong, for an example. So again, that could be a subjective thing, but it also can be an objective thing, because it's something that's technical. You're saying, hey, this is something that I'm noticing. Just because I'm enjoying, for like an example, if it was Pong saying it and he doesn't have that big of a problem with something like that, he could say, oh, it didn't really bother me, but I still enjoyed what I got out of this experience, right? That part can be subjective, but he can be objective by pointing out what the exact problem is. And we don't get enough of that. It's always an afterthought. And I see Eastside Vandal, you touched on this a few times. He says, Paris Lily disagrees with you guys, and he hangs out with Nick Scapino, so I got his back. I don't care who Paris Lily hangs out with. Paris Lily is not going to some random dude that I've never met. And shout out to Paris. I give him nothing but respect. He's a brother. You know what I'm saying? And from what I have seen, he has demonstrated honor and all the great things that I would look for as in somebody in this space, right? He is definitely, I felt like he stayed true to his word. I have never seen, at least for me, I can't think of a moment to point out to say, man, he just talks shit to talk shit. Like I personally haven't seen that. So with that, as cool as Paris Lily can be, he does not all of a sudden override my experience with gaming up to this point. Oh, he's Savannah. You're being sarcastic.
Yeah, okay. He was being sarcastic.
No, I wasn't attacking him, but because I know people have been defending Paris, and it's like because Paris does disagree that they're about the bias per se, quote unquote. And for me, the one thing that I will point out about someone like Paris and other people who are in the industry and say, oh, I'm talking to this, and that just doesn't exist. You know that you can be in the industry of something,
yes,
and still be completely blind to it, right?
Of course.
Or
sometimes it's even more so.
Yeah, or just you're in a space to where maybe that's the number one thing people say about people who get rich or get famous. You have this complex now. You know you are so disconnected from reality because this is your reality. You have a new reality now. This is your expectation now. You're in a different part of your life now. So anyway.
And nature being what it is, you're going to protect your livelihood.
True,
you're going to protect that industry. If you love that industry or love whatever we're talking about, again, just like gaming and a hobby,
right?
I would defend this hobby. If somebody comes
Which
at
I do
me
all the
about,
time.
Yeah, right.
We
exactly.
say you're wasting your time, but they watch TV all day. Like,
right. You're going to naturally defend what you are. And again, shout out to like Ty Guy Travis. Yeah. He's been on the defense for months now over IGN, and he's been on shows, you know, again, shout out to Seasoned Gaming, and he's been on the defense of IGN for a long time. That's who's paying his, paying his salary. That's his industry. That's something he's been a part of. Yeah. I'm not going to disrespect him for defending it. I will disagree with him on his points.
Highly disagree.
Highly disagree. But I'm not going to sit here and say that he's wrong for defending it. Nah, that's what you do. You're going to defend your position where you're at, and especially when you are getting paid by an industry, you're going to defend that industry. You're going to defend your livelihood. Of course you are. Oh. So again, I don't have a problem with that, Steele. Right. The deal is again, we live in a society right now where issues become black and white.
Yes.
Nobody wants to acknowledge there's gray. No. Nobody ever wants to acknowledge that there's a gray area. No, everybody wants to come out now and shut down conversations, don't want to have discussions, don't want to acknowledge that there's some movement off of your position at all. And I'm not talking about getting pushed off your hill. Steele and I always talk about standing on your hill, but acknowledging that there are some other area out there outside of where you're standing, that there could be discussion to be had. There could be discussions to be had, right? That doesn't happen anymore. Now we get shut down the conversation. Oh, that's just a conspiracy theory. That doesn't happen. This industry has no bias. The media is not out to get anybody, all of that kind of stuff. You are making generalizations. Again, that's why I say it's not all media. That's why I say I never, again, only deal in absolutes. Again, I will never say it's everybody, because it's not. It's not everybody. There are people out there who are still objective. There are people out there who still write very good articles about gaming in general, or do reviews where they break it down from a technical standpoint along with the subjective part, the art part. There are people who are doing that every single day out here in this industry. So I'm not going to say it's industry wide, but what I'm saying is we have to acknowledge, when it comes to this conversation specifically about the Cool Kids Club and about the possibility that Xbox is being knocked down points in certain situations, or being left out of conversations or in certain points, or having their games being scrutinized more than other games in certain instances, we have to acknowledge that there is a large enough contingent of people who may consider Xbox uncool, or not a part of or not wanting them to be part of the conversation, where it could have that effect. I believe that there is. And again, I pointed out my evidence. If that's not enough for you, that's fine. Again, you're going to have your own threshold for the evidence.
Right.
I will make one last point here that I did on PM to PM. I will make one last go of this. Why does a game like Mario Brothers Wonder come out?
That shouldn't even be game of the year conversation.
A 2D Mario Brothers,
it's not even
right?
Nintendo, like me hating on
this
Nintendo,
is the game. This is the same Mario Brothers we've been getting for 40 years, folks. Yes, the animation looks better. Yes, they've changed a couple of the mechanics. They introduced Elephant Mario, which I think is super dope, actually. As not a Mario fan, when I look at Mario Elephant, I just laugh. I think he's awesome. Yes, they've come up, in a lot of different areas versus the NES days of Super Mario Brothers. But why is that game praised universally, right? And talked about how gorgeous, oh man, it plays so well. It's so great. It's everything we want from a 2D Mario. But you get a Bethesda game in Starfield, and you call it archaic. You call it trapped in a time warp. Even though they've done the same thing technically as Mario Wonder, they improved the engine, they brought the graphics up, they introduced new mechanics, they went back and enhanced and refined other mechanics that weren't done as well, like the gunplay from previous Bethesda games.
Oh, it's not
but you got a Bethesda game, a Bethesda studio who has produced multiple games of the year, multiple games of the generation, according to a lot of people, GOATs for a lot of people in the past. But all of a sudden, that formula now is archaic. But when it comes to Nintendo and Mario, it's not archaic. Oh no, this is classic Nintendo. This is beautiful. This is my childhood. This is what I played back in the day. I'm so glad they're making another one. Why the different language for those two? Why are they judged differently?
Good point. Starfield has no elephants. Jasper, that's a good point.
Starfield has no elephant Marios, right? That's to me, and again, I'm a Bethesda fan through and through, right? Bethesda gave me a game that falls in line with my love for it, right? I don't excuse some of the stuff in it, right? I've criticized it for Steel, but you're not a Bethesda fan like me, so you come from a little bit different angle too, which is great. You come from a more neutral standpoint, and you can look at things even. I'm just talking about my own personal biases.
Yeah,
I got you. Right, Steel? Mm-hmm. So if we're talking about biases, as a Bethesda fan, of course I'm going to be biased. Of course, as a Bethesda super fan, as somebody who's loved their games, right? That's potentially why Starfield bumped up in my mind versus other people. I acknowledge all that, but I could still come out here and criticize it. I could still come out here and tell you things I would like to see changed in it.
Sanchez, and I value your opinion because I know you. I know you have a PlayStation. I know you really made PlayStation a lot of the time. Yep. But he says PS fans complain that Starfield is too Bethesda, but don't complain Spider-Man 2 is almost the same as Spider-Man 1.
Right. That's what.
And there are changes, but.
Right. There's changes, there's improvements, there's refinements in these games, but certain games get praised for that. And then a game comes out like Starfield and doesn't get praised. It gets knocked down for all the things it wasn't for somebody versus what it actually was at the end of the day. That's what I'm saying. There's differences here in how things are talked about.
Lady
Foxfire. Good to see you. Like I said, if we could come to the final, even if we never got people to agree on every point,
right?
That's not the point of discussion. The point of having these discussions is at least coming to some type of agreement where we could say exactly what Nixie was saying, that there is bias, that it's not, the game awards are not meant to be fair, that this is a popularity contest at the end of the day in many, many ways. And that because of that, there will be games that are snubbed. There will be games that are left off that should not be in. And again, I think Hogwarts Legacy is the one that points out all of this. That's the only one you need to say. Hogwarts Legacy.
Yeah, we don't talk about no other game. Yeah.
Obviously. Again, all the other ones, whatever. Hogwarts Legacy was obviously punished because the creator of the world, not the creator of the game, not the dev team, not the publisher,
disagreed with her, and
they actually righted some of the wrongs that people say that J.K. Rowling has in her opinions. They actually righted some of those wrongs in this game, but they don't even get credit for that because the agenda and the bias is so strong by the majority of voters that they snub that game from every single category. So do not try to tell me that this media is neutral. They're not. They have their biases. And again, that's fine, but that's not where the conversation is. The conversation, nope. They're just they're just doing their job. They did exactly how they felt. They're totally neutral in this.
If you can be biased against Hogwarts, you can be biased against anything else. It's just it's an easy example.
Yes.
Is it? I'm not saying it's the perfect example, but it's definitely one of the easiest examples to make and points to make, because for something to not be biased or for you to consider everything, you are literally considering everything that happened this year. That's what the game was supposed to be about. That's what awards are supposed to be about in totality, right?
Yep. And I will say, Eastside, I hear that she's getting paid, but that happens in everyday walk of life. I don't see people holding that same energy anywhere else in life. Not everyone, but I'm saying I don't see any people the majority of people holding accountability to other people, individuals,
Where you
to
buy
other
your clothes
companies, to any of that, anywhere else in their life. So it's selective bias. But again, that proves our point.
I hope you don't
they
like
could
Nike.
have selective bias here in this industry overall with the certain games, the certain companies, the certain devs, the certain publishers. We see it all the time. Again, the acknowledgement that it's there. People don't want to acknowledge it. They want to take a strong stance and be black or white and say, nope, everything's fair. Everything's on the up and up. Everything's neutral. There's no way Xbox is getting dinged for anything. They want to say that because of the console war narrative. They want to say that just to come at people and shut down conversations. That's what we're talking about. Again, if you want, I love this, right? I love this conversation. I like love that this is happening because the more I want this to continue. I've talked about this previously too, with the industry in general, with the journalists in general, with the media, the gaming media. I want this to continue because just like everywhere else, we're seeing this in other places as well. The more the media does this to themselves, the more they burn down any credibility that they had, the stronger the voices come for change.
Yep.
And I would like to see, I've presented it here, presented it everywhere for the past 2-3 years now. Since I started podcasting, we started having these conversations. I presented that I would like a certified board of reviewers that have a standardized system for reviewing video games that is transparent. And it's easy to understand for us gamers and for the wider public. I would love to see that happen in this industry where we do have an official group of people. Not that that will take away every controversy, because again, you're still dealing with human beings.
Right.
But if you have these situations are laid out for us to be able to read, that are clear and concise about what the rules are and about how the determinations are made, then you evaporate a lot of the conversation. Because if something does happen, it will be glaring to everyone as, oh, whoa, that's way outside of what you're supposed to be doing, or that breaks that rule there. Then it's easy for everybody to understand. So when you get these conversations, it's not an argument about what's subjective, what's objective. Oh, you think this way because of your own bias. You can't see this clearly because you just want to see that there's a problem here. All of this nonsense goes away the more clear your rules are. And that's the problem with the review process in general for gaming right now. There is none. It's whatever. It's editorial. Write whatever opinion you want. Give it whatever number you want. We have different scores. We have 5-star scores. We have, we have the 10-point system out here, and we've got Metacritic that just translate the star system into the number correlating times 2 to the 10-point system, and that's how they come up. Like it's a free for all right now. I would love to see one certified board, a group of people from across the industry who hold themselves accountable to a higher standard than that actually do give concise, actual, objective reviews of the games coming out. And we can look at them, and even if there is some disagreement, we can still say, yep, nope, they went, man, they followed this. They came to their own conclusion through this process. Okay. I mean, I got it. I don't necessarily agree with it, but it's clear they didn't go outside the bounds at all here. I would love to see that happen. And I think that the more that we have these discussions, the higher the fire raises that we might actually burn it all down eventually and start from scratch, and something good might come out of it. And places like the Game Awards and Keeley might feel the pressure to finally give us transparency as to how they determine, because again, this isn't even about just the Game of the Year award. This isn't just about any one category. There's a whole lot of question marks in the Game Awards, and it's highlighted this year, Steele, because this is one of the GOAT years in gaming. This is one of the greatest all-time years in gaming, if not the GOAT year overall in gaming. And there's a lot of question marks. There's a lot of games that deserved, and again, I'm old school. I'm not the participation trophy guy.
Right.
Okay. Not everybody gets to get in. Not everybody gets to win. Not everybody gets a smiley sticker on the board or the star on the board. Okay. That's not who I am. But there are a lot of categories that you could question of why it just seemed like oh, we really don't care about this. We're going to slap our popularity, our most popular games on here, and we're just going to write those down instead of actually giving some thought and effort to each category and maybe acknowledging some different games outside of the popular ones that actually did set high watermarks in other areas. Maybe not the overall game didn't hit those marks for game of the year,
Right.
but they did things so excellent that you could say that they were top tier in that category, such as soundtrack and music, or such as, a specific type of genre where you could have introduced some different titles that deserved this year outside of just the mainstay ones that we saw a lot of. So that's where I'm at, Steele. If you disagree, I'd love to hear it. Or if you agree, please give me your thoughts on finally setting up a certified standardized kind of system for all of this stuff and what that would bring to the table.
Eastside Vandal brings up something really quick. He says, if David Duke created a fantasy universe and they made a game that he got royalties off of, would you buy it? If you knew,
wow, okay, yeah.
if you knew that, child workers made your clothes, would you buy different clothes?
Right.
If you knew that slaves essentially are mining the diamonds that people put on their jewelry, would you stop buying that jewelry?
Oh, they're mining the tech that goes into our phones and our PCs and all that kind of stuff.
And they're definitely doing that. But
yes.
but I mean, so are we going to stop buying hardware? I mean, the only reason I say it like that is because if that's the line that you want to draw, then fine. Everybody has a line, right? You got to decide what works for you. But you can't say it for one thing, especially your form of entertainment. Now, again, you can do whatever you want. But doesn't that sound weird when you're not consistent? If you would do it here, then why aren't you thinking that same way about everything else that you got going on in your life?
Yep. We are all guilty. All of us.
Because we don't care. I mean, I can tell you why. I don't care. So you want to say that's selfish of me? Yeah, it is. But guess what? You know what people say about Americans? That we're selfish, that we don't care, that we don't give a fuck.
Well, the rest of the world is hypocrites too, so it doesn't matter.
So
there's no
really
good guys
matter.
in the world. The minute you get over the fact that there's no good guys in the world, you will understand.
In a lot of the time, because this is the very tricky part, and this is why it turns into a very wide gray area.
Yes.
Because are you willing to punish everybody at the top and sacrifice everybody in the middle? Because the people in the middle are the people that are just like you and I, who are just trying to support their families, who are just trying to make it on a day-to-day basis, who are trying to become something, who are trying to be grateful that they woke up that morning. Of all the things that we got going on in our lives, right? Everybody typically, I would imagine, and again, maybe it's just me. If I'm speaking for you, then take these words as that. But I'm glad that I could wake up and have access to the things that I can get access to, right?
East side come with the extremes today. East side come with the extremes.
East side Vandal says, I'm black and I wear cotton t-shirts. Fair enough.
I love our chat, man. You guys,
you're not wrong, but that is quite a fucking extreme.
Oh, good Lord.
I saw a cotton field the other day, and I thought I was like, yeah, there we go. See, so and there's a lot of I live in Florida, bro. Like literally on the almost close to the line. I going to Alabama. There's a lot of crazy things that happen out this way. But anyway,
anyways,
but if you're going to draw a line, again, I don't personally care where you draw that line at, right? Because it has to make sense for you. Will I agree with that? No, because it's very contradictory if you don't carry that over into other aspects of your life. Now, if you are, then I can't say anything about that, or I can't feel any type of way. And also understand that if you bring, and I don't know why people don't get this, or why people get so up in arms or get like all pent up in their feelings. If you bring yourself to the internet, you are welcome to critique. And I don't care what profession you have,
Sure.
you are welcome to critique.
Yep.
Now, it is up to you as the professional to decide whether that critique is valid or not. If that critique isn't valid to you, the critique doesn't have to be valid. But when there's an ongoing issue, like Pong is talking about, this whole review process, and this review process doesn't just start in gaming all of a sudden. We need it more in gaming because of all the multiple facets and factors that are put into a game. But this should be the case in everything. In all forms of entertainment, in all forms of things that we buy. Like, if people can do it for phones, then why can't people do it for consoles? And phones is the most prominent and relevant and easiest thing that people, I'm going to take your word, Nixie, because I just saw it, that people literally worship. If people get mad when you have a green bubble, like what more do I need to say? Like, I just, in Jasper just gave me podcast here teaching morals today, and honestly, it's not about the morality of it, because I'm not somebody that could tell you how morality, where your moral compass should be. I'm not that person.
No, of course not.
All that I do want to say for anybody is, please just keep in mind how judgmental you may be, or how objective, subjective, all these words that we just like to say and people don't like have a grasp of or truly understand. Let's just do a little bit more research. We should have a way to judge games, get it back to games, on a more even scale, on an objective scale. There should be a graphics meter. There needs to be a story meter. There needs to be a gameplay meter. There needs to be a combat meter. There needs to be for all the different genres. That means, hey, gaming industry, you need to actually put guidelines on what specific games are. No, we don't need to be having arguments in 2023 about Spider-Man being an RPG or not. And I get that. Oh, well, that's not a serious conversation. Yeah. Yes, it is. This is a casual conversation that people have. Oh, well, it's an action RPG, so it's an RPG, right? No, it's an action adventure game. As an example, there has to be some way that you streamline these things and say, hey, this is the guideline. If it falls outside of this guideline, and I'm not saying that things can't be blended together. We are getting a lot of that.
Yeah.
Because games have evolved.
Definitions and classification still help to understand.
Yes.
If we didn't have definitions for language, we'd all be speaking all over the place.
Yeah, exactly.
And that's kind of happening because things are being changed as we speak. But the point being is clear, defined, easy to understand guidelines, rules, whatever you want to call them,
right,
makes it so that these conversations don't happen as frequently, that there's not as much discourse, or when the discourse does happen, then it's much easier to pinpoint the problem versus having these giant generalization conversations about a topic and not being able to point out specific things. Again, I can give you evidence to my point and you can still deny it, right? And say, well, that's subjective. That's, again, I'd rather have conversations where we can pinpoint problems and have discussions around objective situations versus subjective. And I would like to be able to point out, well, hey, this is where this kind of goes out of bounds, right? Versus, well, somebody could just think this, but that doesn't necessarily influence the way it's conspiracy theory you're throwing out here. Like that's why I want guidelines. And like to Steele's point with the genre defining stuff, right now, everything is gray. Like everything is gray.
Literally, yeah.
In a lot of ways. Again, we got Liza P in RPG section.
And
like
I would were having that conversation on PM to PM, and the Souls games are difficult to classify because technically speaking, Dark Souls games, well, Souls games in general, especially Dark Souls,
right,
is an RPG. You can,
but is Souls now a genre still?
Yes.
Do we need to talk about that? Right?
See,
you know what I'm
and that's the other thing
right,
about it, because
right.
a lot of people don't want to consider it like a traditional RPG, because there are other elements to it that kind of, oh, well, an RPG, it's just not overly abundant, like that I'm bumping my head against the wall all the fucking time. And it's like, whoa, but it's literally following the definition of what we used to classify as.
Okay, I understand. Real quick, just side here. Side as we are wont to do here, Steel. Side note.
Yeah.
Let me ask you this. When it comes to Lies of P, because I haven't played it yet. Now, I've played Souls games. I tried to play Souls games, so I understand. And yes, technically speaking, because you can take different classes within that game, right? That is more traditional role playing. Does Lies of P allow for, do you have like specific classes in Lies of P that you can kind of mold your character around? Or is it pretty standard? I know you have different weapons, right? And I know
Lies of P is probably the farthest removed from being an RPG than any other. You would have had a better. It would have made more sense, and honestly, I don't think this one should be in there either. But it would make more sense to put Lords of the Fallen in that conversation.
Okay, because you got actual classes.
You can make you can literally change your. In Lies of P, I can't just all of a sudden just use all magic all of a sudden. I can't become a mage all of a sudden. Like you're still Pinocchio. You're still Pinocchio. Like you're
still a fighter. You just have basically like different stances.
You got different moves. You got it's all based off the weapon though.
Right.
Like
correct.
That doesn't all of a sudden turn you into this whole different character. No.
Correct.
You still need to parry everything. You still need to be able to hit everything. There is no other way, right? You can now. There are other abilities you could use to maybe take some damage off. You can throw items, but the ability to throw items doesn't all of a sudden make you a different class. You're still the same, and you can choose the different items that you wanted to pick. Like that's why Lies of P is definitely the furthest removed from that conversation. Now, if we're going to put that in there, Elden Ring is an RPG. But again, people don't want they don't want to talk about that because that's considered a Souls game, not a.
But that's what I'm saying. Are we to the point where Souls is a genre unto itself?
I think it should be because because of the expectation that's given. Souls games, you typically expect in a Souls games. That's why it's different when we get more character-focused Souls games.
Yes.
Souls games are, hey, create your character, pick a class. Now, you don't have to be beholden to that class, but just like an RPG. Maybe you start off as a mage and you say, you know what, I like throwing fireballs, but maybe I pick up a sword. And now you got a sword and you can throw fireballs, right? There's that opportunity. You're literally role-playing, right?
Yes.
So it's like, that fits into that. Lie of P is more of a... It fits more into the ARPG, right? It's an action role-playing game. If anything, if you want to put it there. But it doesn't fit into the RPG category by itself. It doesn't. Starfield should be there. Right?
Yeah.
Because which that makes sense. But there are definitely other games that you could have put in there instead of that, which again, it just adds to the legitimacy of, or the thought of the legitimacy of the awards themselves. And I don't get, at least from me, how people won't acknowledge that or think that that's a problem for us for us to discuss. Because if you can do it here, if you're blind, if you're so oblivious to your own awards that you're giving awards to games, or you're giving awards to people that aren't even part of it, as we've seen, or giving indies awards to games that aren't indies, right? Why can't I believe that you don't know what you're doing as far as the actual whole show goes? As far as how you're judging these things? I'm just supposed to take your word for it? And then when you make you do a live stream talking about how these things are put together, and at the end of the day, you grab these people, you say, oh, they're from all these different industries. 90% of the vote for these games is from them. And then 10% is from the viewers or from the audience.
Which doesn't do anything.
And again, that would be fine if I could take the professionalism, and if you want to take this as an attack against you, so be it if you end up listening to this. But you want me to take their professionalism at face value when I know that people can be very biased and have these opinions that I know exist because I've been gaming for some time and I understand how there are preferences for hardware and how that can affect somebody's opinion, and depending on who they have around them, that would further cater their opinion and make them feel a specific kind of way. As an example, I don't think Tears of the Kingdom should be in the game of the year conversation either. Or Spider-Man 2.
I did like they put Tears of the Kingdom in the action adventure section though versus RPG.
I mean, it should be there.
Yeah, it should be there. No, and I hear you still.
Because I mean, I don't know, just because when you certain games, it just comes more about, oh, it needs to be a certain quality of game. If it doesn't look like this, then it can't fit in. But then it's like, okay, well, why isn't Hogwarts in there then? Because Hogwarts looks like that. And then people say, oh, well, the game didn't make it in because it's boring. You say that about bullshit. Every open world game.
It's bullshit. We know for a fact that Hogwarts got taxed and it's still scored in the mid 80s. We know for a fact that if there's a game you could point to that probably lost 5 to 10 points because of people's feelings on it, it's Hogwarts Legacy. Easily. And it's still scored in the mid 80s. So again, that's BS. Like that's utter bullshit. There was actual media outlets who refused to review Hogwarts or even talk about it, right? So again, Hogwarts totally blows up everything, right? I from my standpoint, it does. And Doom, you're right. Of course, there's always going to be selective outrage when it comes to human beings as well. Yeah, you know, absolutely. Again, always, of course, people are going to be passionate about some things and not passionate about other things. People are going to be selfish and take a stance on one topic and not another topic when it doesn't affect them. That's always going to happen. That's why you got to try to be consistent in when you are going to discuss or criticize. You are consistent across the board when similar situations arise.
I'll give you a good example, Paul. I am not as passionate about politics as I am about gaming. Right. That's just me. Correct. That's also a generational thing that I can acknowledge and I can discuss. Right. But there are reasons that I also like to discuss why these things have been painted this way. But I'm also not somebody who is so or like that I'm so gone by that where I'm not willing to sit down. For example, I know Pong has more of a political understanding. And because I value Pong's opinion, see, this is the thing about having good relationships with folks, or just having people that you can discuss with, or that you value their conversation. I could have a conversation about Pong about shit that I'm probably not even aware of or care about, or that he is passionate care about and brings up in conversation. And I will ask questions, or I will push back based on how I feel about something. And then he can maybe draw me some clarity. And you know what I may end up doing is somebody who isn't just wow, that's what Pong told me, so I'm just going to listen to what Pong said. Nah, after that, I'm going to end up doing, okay, well, Pong said these things, so let me do a little bit of research. Let me see what Pong's talking about. And I'll get a little bit because I cared about our conversation. Right then, I may not add the most value, but at least I am offering that because I value the overall conversation. Just because it's not something I care about, we're talking about it, right?
And also, you're having a conversation with somebody since you specifically brought up me, who will freely admit he doesn't know everything. Right. That's not like my forte. I will give you what I do know and what I do understand, but I will be the first to admit I don't know everything, and I don't know everything about the situation. It's just I've done research in this area, and this is what I've found. And then, like Steele said, it's up to the other person to go do their own research if they're interested enough to figure out their own opinion and to develop their own knowledge base about that. But again, nowadays you get information from a lot of different sources, and it's all competing and it's all different, and we don't know what's happening because propaganda is everywhere in our world.
And it's always existed. Yeah, that's
it's always existed. It's always
all of a sudden pretend like propaganda doesn't exist in any.
The history books are propaganda. Listen, that's a whole different topic. But yes, you're absolutely right, Doom. Again, there is always going to be selective outrage everywhere. It is going to be pick and choose.
We're humans,
when people decide to fight. Yeah, it's one of those things. The last thing I will end on, to bring it back to the gaming and to this subject here. And I don't know where we're going to go next, but the last thing I will say is why this does matter to me still, even though for me as a gamer, I don't care about the game awards. I don't care if the game I'm playing was nominated. I don't care if the game I was playing got a 60 score. If I'm having fun, I'm having fun. I don't give a shit.
Mhm.
That's where I'm at in my gaming life. I don't care anymore. Back in the day when we were kids, sure, we played what our friends played, right? That's how it worked. I was still playing games that my friends weren't playing because my friends weren't necessarily in RPGs like I was in RPGs back in the day. But when I went over to my buddy's house and he wanted to pop in Mortal Kombat or he wanted to pop in, bro, that's what I was playing, right? So we had that. But why this is important still to this industry, right, is obviously what Steele and I talked about in the beginning, the wider audience. But there's also, we have to all acknowledge that this is a business and money matters. These, outside of some indie studios who are sitting around with a bunch of friends, or one single person is sitting at their computer writing code and creating the passion project that they had, the love of their life. They wanted to make this game and give it to the world. Besides that, we don't get these games just from the goodness of the hearts of the publishers and devs. This is a business and they have to make money in order to keep creating. We've seen this time and time again. We see all the layoffs happening. We see all the mistakes that upper management makes. This is a business through and through. The game awards and the success of my favorite games is important to me because I want to see a Starfield 2. Because I want to, and this is, again, more relative to the AA and AAA space than anywhere else. But in order for me to have devs and publishers want to continue to make games that I'm currently enjoying, I want those games to have success. And that success is impacted by these awards. That success is impacted, even if I don't think it should be. To the wider world, it is still impacted 100%. By a Metacritic score. Mm-hmm. So that's why I do care about these situations. It's easy to go on social media and say, who gives a shit? Why are you guys even talking about this stuff? I saw this all. Just be a gamer and just game and enjoy your game. Yeah, but if I love that game, or I love that franchise and I wanted to continue forward, the business side has to be right. The success has to be right in terms of money made or engagement in that game. And these outside factors like game award shows, like Metacritic, do have a actual impact on what that does.
Yeah.
And so for me, that's why I still like to have these conversations. So I still bring attention to situations like this because of that simple fact. And that's my last point on this.
No, I definitely at 1000% agree. I just want to see things be treated more on an even scale, as even as it can be, at least. To have more of a guideline, right? I'm not expecting for everything to be perfect, because even that can still have its nuances to it. But at least at that standpoint, it would force people to maybe read more, or because at least you would have to see the different sections. Hey, I gave it this grade because of these different sections that I equal up to this grade, right? Because you can have a game that's ass on the gameplay standpoint, but maybe it's a 10 on the graphics standpoint. That's something that you should consider, and people should be able to visually see that and say, okay, well, this is, what do I care about more, and what am I looking for in a game? I think that would just help us out a lot. But again, Game Awards are the Game Awards. The biggest thing that I care for is the reveals and whatnot. Game Awards are important because, again, and this is another point that I'll kind of stand on before we get off of it, is until somebody else is able to create a show outside of like the BAFTAs, for an example, and we should do some better representation for the BAFTAs as an example, since I do feel like they are one of the ones that represent us as gamers a little bit better, or at least seem to be a little bit more have their hand on the pulse of what's going on. And again, that's not biases. I'm just looking at it from I'm just standing back and looking through the window, right? Mm-hmm. We do, unless somebody else can create a game award that does and will implement the things that we kind of discussed today, this isn't going to change. So the only thing we can do is continue to speak out and say, hey, where do these things make sense? And again, just like we are last year and the year before that, we've been doing this for 3 years going on. Why is it continuously? Of course, you're getting better at the actual show, but why are we still getting nominations and things that seem to be half done or half assed or doesn't make sense or doesn't represent the community well, or it's not objective in the manner that it should be? And that's I would like to see more from it. So.
Yeah, and I forgot who brought up in the chat. Again, we could go category by category. We did that on PM and the PM. Me and Mav did it. We went 3 hours on this because we went category by category.
Yeah.
There are questions. Somebody brought up in the chat, and I forget who. Maybe it was Tim the Sorcerer or somebody. It's just easy to go through these categories and point out glaring problems. Like, why wasn't, if Baldur's Gate 3 is up for Game of the Year still, and it's considered the favorite currently speaking in the running for Game of the Year.
Yeah.
And it's in all these other categories. Why wasn't it in for best indie title? Larian is an indie studio by definition.
Oh, well, I mean, because the game has too much quality. It can't be an indie game.
Right. But Dave the Diver, who's backed by parent company Nexon, and they came out and said, we're not an indie studio and this is not an indie game. It may look like an indie game. They publicly said this, Steel.
Yeah,
but it's not an indie game. Is in the indie games. Like these are the questions and the consistency that's just not there.
Right.
And again, go back to Nixie's point. If everybody was in agreement, Nixie, that this was just purely entertainment and that's the way it should be treated, I would be fine with that. If that's really where we're all at. But that's not where people are at. That's not where the industry's at. The industry takes this serious. Keeley made another post on X after the day after and said the day after is always hard. I get calls from people who are excited about the awards, devs and publishers who are excited about that they got nominated, but then I get the other calls where people are disappointed that they weren't included. Right. So the industry still takes this seriously. There's bonuses attached to a lot of studios with these things. So we're just not there. We don't take that as just, it's not just entertainment for a lot of people. And so that's the difference here. But yeah, there's a lot of whole questions and I just like to see some changes made overall. So. Yeah,
for sure. Better representation for us as gamers for sure.
Good conversation, brother. I like it. Different perspectives again. I think we took it, different directions. We went big because it is a wider topic at large. But I think we covered a lot there. So I hope you all enjoyed the conversation about that. So again, it's not about one game. It's not about just Xbox. There's bias across the board in a lot of different ways and different factors. Again, Hogwarts is the most glaring one, multi-plat game.
Yeah.
That's the one for me this year that just like absolutely stood out. I mean, I could point out that Enon Zur and his soundtrack for Starfield being snubbed by the Grammys and by the Game Awards is criminal, absolutely 100 criminal. But again, Hogwarts is the one that just blows every argument out of the water, in my opinion, that again, there is bias, there is agenda, there are things at play when it comes to the Cool Kids Club that cause certain games, certain pubs, certain devs, certain IP to either be praised more than they should and awarded or tore down more than they should and dismissed. Right. So I think that, again, that gray area, there's a lot in there. So anyways.
No, there definitely is. Maybe in the meanwhile, let's see if you can find the gray area in this, Paul. So, we're talking about people getting rewards. This is a game that has gotten many rewards. It's also been very controversial. In matter of fact, it lines up with a lot of things that we just predicted because, man, how much more predictable can you be? But how about The Last of Us Part 2 Remaster? How you feeling about that? You like the gray in that and how great that game is going to be?
I mean, with how the TGAs opened up their categories this year, Steels. I mean, Cyberpunk is now an ongoing game. I didn't know that.
Yeah,
I
I
didn't
talked
know.
about it. I think that was last night where somebody looked it up and said The Witcher 3 Blood and Wine was actually
got up for best RPG still. So I did not know that expansions and DLC and that kind of stuff were obviously a part of this that could be included as full games. I didn't know. Again, I'm of the opinion that remakes and remasters should not be game of the year, but obviously Resident Evil 4 is there this year. So this opens up a whole new world. So as I said yesterday, we got the leaked early 2024 Game of the Year nominee in The Last of Us Part 2 Remaster. So shout out to Naughty Dog. Early nom showing up. Keely's got to be excited about that. It was already one of the most awarded game in history in The Last of Us Part 2. So Keely gets to put it up again next year. Let's go. All jokes aside.
By the way, you can play this game on PlayStation 5.
Yeah.
It's backwards.
You could play it's backwards. So overall, again, as I posted yesterday on X, good to see them starting the 2024 roadmap, which was unclear. So they've got a piece up front right in January 19th.
Last of Us Remastered and Helldivers.
Yep. So they've got their early roadmap. They're filling it out. The crew's been at work. There's no doubt about it. Mm-hmm. The good news was obviously the initial reaction, Steel, was that everybody thought they were going to full price this game.
Yes.
That was the initial reaction, that they were going to make
it $70.
It will be a $70 game for those that don't own The Last of Us Part 2 yet. However, if Sony did do the right thing, and they do have a $10 upgrade path to this. And obviously it's not a simple remaster either. Again, we can laugh about the screenshots side by side. There's minuscule differences. But they also did add a new mode, a roguelike mode to it. So they are adding content. You have the ability to actually play through some of the areas that were deleted from the game that did not make the cut. They're going to allow you to go play through those areas, basically kind of like in an alpha or beta mode where you get to kind of see what they were doing with some of the areas that they decided to cut from the game. That's also kind of cool to me as a gamer. That's kind of sweet, seeing some of the behind the scenes stuff. Interesting. So to be fair, upgrade path, adding content to the game. Okay. I'm cool with that portion of it for sure. Right. That's fine. Are they using this as filler? Again, for years and years now, we've heard about Game Pass filler. We've heard about, Xbox is just throwing this stuff in to fill the lineup in when they're low on first party titles, etc. Is this filler?
Yes.
1000%. Of course it is. Of course it is. Is it a way to make a little extra money? Of course it is, because even at $10, they're going to get a large portion of the people who bought the Last of Us Part 2 to spend that $10 and get this upgrade. It's free money. It didn't cost them that much to add this stuff. Again, people like to throw, they spent a lot of money developing. No, they didn't. Again, no, the majority of the work done on this is going to be a side project for a small team. Okay. So it's not going to cost them a lot. They're going to make money off of this. It's a business move. It's a filler move. They don't have a great 2024 lineup as we know it right now. Absolutely 1000%. This is, again, established as part of their business model, Steel. They have now established this. This is what PlayStation is going to do. If they do launch a PlayStation 5 Pro next year, I don't doubt you're going to get a pro version of all these games. Okay? Period. They've shown this is what they want to do. So, but again, I will give them credit for the $10 upgrade. That was a good move on their part, and I'm happy they did that. So you can argue it should be free, but I think with the additional content, it's worthy of a 10 spot. I mean, $10 is $10. What we see these days, that's not even that's not even a skin in a lot of games, right? Steal $10.
Yeah,
right? So again, you could talk about that all you want, but you got Call of Duty selling skins at $20. You got Diablo selling skins at $20, $30. Like, come on, man.
Yeah.
Come on. 10 spot. I'm cool with it. And then roguelike, the only thing I will say, Steel, and I want you to talk about, I'm going to pass back to you so you can talk about this, but I do want you to add into the conversation here. Why add this mode, Steel, and not make it co-op? When you are out here talking about you're investing in 10 to 12 games of service, which we know there's already been cancellation, so it's not going to be 10 to 12. You are talking about that you need engagement. Part of the interview about the PlayStation Portal steal, not only did they say we didn't make this for a profit, okay, but we made this to keep people engaged in our games longer.
Sure.
Right.
I can
So
see.
they are now talking engagement overall. Again, we've said this forever, but they are publicly talking about engagement again.
Mm-hmm.
Why would you not take the extra step and make the roguelike mode, which is basically a it is a roguelike, but it's basically god damn it, I just lost the word, Steel. Wave after wave of enemy. What is it?
Like a horde?
A horde mode. Yes, it's basically like a horde mode, a roguelike horde mode. Why would you not take that opportunity that's available? Like Steele and I say, start small, start somewhere. It doesn't have to be big. It doesn't have to be this overblown AAA production, premium Sony quality stuff all the time. Start small and build it up. Why would you not introduce a co-op mode in that roguelite, Steel, when you need it? Why would you not?
If you ask me, and people are gonna feel about this because I got a hat on, but if you ask me, I'm gonna tell you that because Sony don't know what the fuck they're doing. That's why.
Weird decisions, bro.
There's certain things that are happening that are just blatantly I'm not gonna say either, that are blatantly demonstrating their expertise. Or their thought process, I guess, depending on how you want to look at it. And maybe I'm looking too far into it, but it just seems there's a lot of things there's too many details that seem that conflict with each other. That you can't say that you're trying to get more engagement. You create a whole device that is actually damn near bottom of the barrel as far as devices can go. And I will say that, look, no judgment on anybody who got a PlayStation Portal. If you feel like it's a good accessory for you, again, I got a $200 controller that I just replaced the faceplate on. See-through. Y'all like that, right? This controller was $200 when I bought it originally. So on one aspect, I'm not going to be the one to tell you that whether you wasted your money or not. But if this is $200, why would I get that device for $200? What do you think? What value is that bringing to me? And I can get you being away, your PlayStation's at home, you got good internet, and you're able to play on the go or whatever. I can see the convenience factor. It is definitely an accessory that I can see people having a reason to have. Though I do, and especially at the $200 standpoint. Again, if I can buy an Elite controller at that price point, why can't I get some handheld device with a screen on it? But my point with that is, just listen to how the value proposition of that sounds, right? The other thing to keep in mind about the PlayStation Portal, if anything happens to that device, you're going to have to spend $200 or more to get a brand new device. And again, you can say the same thing about this, right? Although I do have the ability to take this apart, take it to somebody, I could, it has more repairability. And that's something else that we're kind of working on as we move forward into in the gaming space also, is making sure that people can repair their products. But for the Last of Us mode, right, for you not to have factions, again, and then you implement a roguelite mode. And I think that the roguelite mode could be fun. I was telling Pong in the background that I actually do have interest in that. I do find it funny how this isn't announced for PC, though. It's only announced for PS5. Now, will that change? Maybe. Vandal says, Steel Rain, but can you use that controller while sitting on the toilet? No, I'd have to get a clip, which I could do for less than $200. But if we're just talking about for controller to controller, no. I mean, if you had to make a purchase and you were like, man, should I buy? I have a PS5 and I have a PC. Should I get an Elite controller or should I get the PlayStation Portal? If you are somebody who doesn't want to take away the use of your phone, like for an example, like myself, I find mobile gaming to be extremely cumbersome, because to put a backbone or any form of whatever attachment on this phone, my phone's already fucking big as hell. It's a Note, right? Now the last Note that they made. But so I already have to stretch a lot of these devices out to their maximum limit to be able to put on this phone. Secondly, I have to take this phone out of its case for it to be usable. This is a life-proof case. You know how annoying it is to have to take this case off just to play a game? That is not what I have. That is not what this phone is for. I would much rather just use touchscreen controls at that point, personally. And I do know remote play is available through your phone, but I don't think that it has touchscreen, right? You don't have any touchscreen capability. You have to have a controller, but you could hook up a clip to your phone. You could use a controller. I could sit with my kid, with my setup kind of like this, right? And play games that way. I don't think that's comfortable for me personally. I don't like the way that makes me feel, puts me in a weird position. So until we get devices that can better maybe equip to my phone, equip to my use case, I would much rather have another device that I can get access to, but I'd rather save up for a ROG Ally. I'd rather save up for a Steam Deck, as an example, if I wanted to do that. Or Jasper brings up a good point. You could just get a new phone. You could get a different phone. Phones aren't cheap. You want a phone that could do all those things for you and it'd be a decent size. You could also get a tablet if you want. You could do remote play off of that, but you still have to connect your controller somehow, get a weird setup. Again, I can see the use case because it's one device. You take it out of the box, you turn it on, it connects, boom. You don't have to worry about it. I get it. What I don't get is why didn't you just make this a $300 device, Sony? For $100 more, you probably could have gave me a web browser. For $100 more, you could have gave me some native accessibility. For $100 more, you could have given me much more value, to me at least, than that device. And for my, just in my personal opinion, in my personal thought process, I can't say that it's a waste of money, because people consider this a waste of money. If I am willing to spend $200 on an Elite controller, I can understand why people would spend $200 on this PlayStation Portal, right? But again, like I started off with, if this is $200, then what kind of quality do you think is in that PlayStation Portal? And the quality on this is lacking. It'd be lacking. Keep in mind. So what do you think went into that portal? Not only that, but it also needs proprietary headphones, wireless headphones, because they don't have Bluetooth in it. For $100 more, you could have made sure I had Bluetooth connectivity, by the way. And now I'm going to tell you why you didn't, for $100 more, put the internet browser in there, because if you would have had an internet browser in there, it would have been compatible with, it would have been put in the conversation with other devices that are on the market and comparable to those other devices. It probably wouldn't have held a candle to those. Not only that, but then you would have had access to the Xbox ecosystem. So now what you're also entailing, and maybe I'm just drawing conclusions, but
that's a really good point, Steele. I haven't heard too many people say that. I've heard everybody say, well, they didn't want people accessing Game Pass through browser, right? But you're making a valid point that I didn't even think of, that puts them in a different category then. If they open that up. Good point, brother. Good point.
You would then have to, because for $100 more, I can tell you why you didn't do $100 more. Because if you went $100 more, you would have compared to the G Cloud. And when you comparatively to the G Cloud, for what you already put in that device, especially having the screen sitting on top of a battery, when you break that device down, go look at the breakdowns. Go look at how much quality went into this device. And I mean, again, if you feel like it's of value to you and you want to defend it, fine. I defend this. I think the Elite 2 controller is worth the money, especially at $89 that you'll probably be able to get it out on a Black Friday. Fucking right. Go buy one. I think it's worth it at $129. I think it's worth it at $149. You hear how much variance I have in this and why I still think that it's a value product? Again, I understand it. But when you are in a space that you can be compared with, in especially the handheld space, to all these other devices, that is not something that you wanted. So they made sure to make as basic as a device that you can, but has a good enough use case for people to give reasons to. And I personally, I just have to keep reiterating this, I personally cannot fight back people's definition of their use case or people's examples of their use cases. And because of that, I'm trying to be as objective as possible. And that's why I'm saying I get it. I understand. Now, if I ever end up getting a PlayStation 5, is it something that I would get? No. I feel like that is a waste of money. At that point, I might as well just save some ducats and get a different device. Like Jasper said, maybe I get an alternate phone. Maybe that can be my permanent. I put it in a backbone, or I put it in Kishi or whatever. And that's if I want a Switch-like device that can also do other things or has full access to the Android library, whatever the case. Or maybe I mod it out and it's a whatever device. It can be an emulator device, because there's a lot of things that kind of you can roll into phones nowadays, especially with the amount of power that they have at them. And as an example, I know right now you can get a Note 20, which is a pretty damn good phone comparatively, for right around $400, whereas the Steam Deck, ROG Ally are both above that. And yes, there are PCs and they have all this inherent value, but maybe you're not comfortable with getting into the PC market. So there are other, you're familiar with phones though, you're familiar with the Android market, so maybe that's more comfortable for you, as an example. So it's just like, there are a ton of options out there, but if you're a PS5 user, I get why this makes sense to y'all. The latency and stuff though that I've been seeing, and people like capping that, oh, well, you're just not having a good experience because you don't have good internet. That does make the device less valuable for me. And it just makes it also difficult to recommend to people, because just because I have a gig down, I'm also have an internet provider where the max upload that I can get is like 30. There's a wide discrepancy between a gig and 30 megabytes, especially versus download to upload speeds, where people get the same across the board, right? But even that, I can't expect for everybody else to have that. In the way that the device is being pitched, because that's the other thing that's my main problem. And again, you can say that, oh, that's just a casual problem, that you need to make sure that you're informed as a consumer. I agree with that. But there are people who think that this device, and I saw tons of Reddit conversations, to Facebook conversation. Oh, look at PlayStation trying to sell us another PlayStation Portal again, or another PSP. And then I see people in the comments underneath them saying, oh, well, this isn't, oh, I got to correct you, this isn't a PSP. It's not that. You can't play games natively on it. You have to have a PS5 and you have to have a Wi-Fi connection that can handle the remote play to be able to use that device. And there are people under like, oh, well, I don't want to buy that. I was thinking about getting that for the kids for Christmas. But if there's no native capability there, then I can't invest into it. But I mean, how do you feel, Pong, like that? But the point that I bring up with the Elite 2 controller, right? But maybe some of the other points that I brought up in there too, with like the comparative, being able to compare it to a different consoles and things like that. I like the G Cloud as an example on the market. When the Elite 2 controller came out at $200, and then the PlayStation Portal comes out at $200, does that give you kind of a perspective there? And again, I know you're not one to spend that kind of money on a controller most of the time. And again, like that's why I brought up the Elite 2 being $89.99 around Black Friday, because that is a good deal, because controllers are already $60. $20 for an Elite controller? Fucking right. That sounds like a fucking grand deal. I might even get another one if that's the case. But like, how do you feel about that part of the conversation? Do you agree with some, like me trying to be objective about that aspect of it? Does it give you somewhat of a different lens to look through? And I'll be right back.
Yeah, no. I think it's a different category of controller. Obviously, because it's trying to do something different, but obviously the base of it, right, is a controller. It's just got a screen attached to it, as we know. So I get where you're drawing those comparisons as far as accessories go, because that's what this is. This is an accessory. That's all it is at this point. And it has extremely limited functionality. For what you can do with it, obviously, has been pointed out now, even though many people have not acknowledged its limitations. We now do know the limitations. There's now been a teardown of it as well. We know that they've really gone cheap on it. But we do know, at least publicly, that, as I stated just a little bit ago, their reason for this was to help with the engagement that PlayStation has with their fan base. They want to believe, I should probably put it as, they want to believe that the PS Portal is going to be another gateway that when somebody is at their home, for those houses that do have limited televisions, obviously in this case, probably one, and the family wants to watch something, and your PlayStation player wants to continue playing games, that this will be the device that they turn to do that. And obviously, PlayStation, credit where credit's due, because of the popularity contest, because of the mind share, because of the fact that they've positioned themselves much like Apple has in this space, that they think there's a good enough amount of people that will just go buy this thing to have it, to say that they have it, to say that they have a PlayStation Portal, and then hopefully use it and get those engagement numbers up. I just don't, I have a hard time believing that this thing is going to be a massive seller. I have a hard time believing that once word is out on the street about its limitations, that we won't see a lot of these things used going up on eBay, on Mercari, on whatever your favorite used goods website is. I have a hard time believing that's not going to happen. You could say $200 isn't that big a deal, but I think to Steele's point, there's other accessories for $200 that you could spend that would enhance your gaming much more so than this thing will. It's a very limited use case situation that you're going to do this. Now, again, are there people who probably will use the hell out of this thing, love it? Of course there will be. I had the PlayStation TV, the PS TV, not the actual TV, but the little box that they created, right? That died in less than a year. But what was sweet about it is you could pop your Vita games in there, and some of them, not all of them, because they discontinued support for it so fast, but you could pop your Vita games in and play it on the big screen. Fantastic device. I still have mine. It's actually worth a lot now because people want them because they're homebrewing them and stuff. But that PS TV was a limited use case situation for most people. And that's why it died off so fast. That's why it didn't catch on. Because again, you had to specifically want to play certain Vita games on your big screen. Now, that device also had UI. That device had web access. You could access the web through it. It had a lot more functionality than what the PS Portal does. And it still died off very quickly. Right now, what we're seeing is new product enters the market. It's a cool factor. Even though I don't think it looks necessarily the greatest, a lot of people do. It's a cool factor. It's something to say that you bought. It's something to say as a tech head, I tried out. I wanted to get it. Wanted to see what it was all about. You got it. Great. But after that runs out, how many more people are going to be investing in the PS Portal? I don't think that many. And I don't think this is going to give Sony the boost that they necessarily believe that it could. I think a lot of things that happen in the boardroom, a lot of ideas that come out, we've seen this time and time again in any tech industry. It sounds great on paper. You can put a lot of stats together, do a whole lot of math, and you can create a reason why it should exist. But when it gets out into the real world, it just doesn't work out. And I think PS Portal is going to fall in that category. Maybe I'll be wrong. Maybe we'll be talking about this thing next year is what a success PS Portal has been. And oh my God, Sony's going to be out here touting their engagement numbers, with actual factual data going up ever since they introduced the PS Portal. Maybe that'll be the thing. Like, again, I've been wrong plenty tech stuff. But I just, as it stands right now, because of how they've designed it, because it doesn't have internet functionality whatsoever to the point where you can't go to a hotspot that requires a login and use it, which is a majority of public spaces these days. So unless you have your cell phone hotspot going, which again, at that point, if you're using your cell phone as a hotspot, why aren't you just using your cell phone and connecting to the PlayStation app and doing it that way? I just don't think that this thing has the legs to take off and to do anything in a reasonable manner. Now, to Steele's point as to why they did not, add that functionality to it, I think he's onto something. Now, again, I do also hear the people who say, well, they didn't want you accessing Game Pass through a web browser. They want to limit. That to me is cutting your nose off, spite your face. Okay. That to me is a stupid reason. And if your ego is that high, or if your fear of Game Pass is that high, that's why you did not include a browser, then you got bigger issues internally, because that's stupid. However, to Steele's point, and why I said it was such a great point, and one that I hadn't thought of and I hadn't seen anywhere posted yet, really. Maybe it's been out there, but I just didn't see it. And it caught me off guard when he said it. But absolutely, the more functionality you add to this thing, the more the bar raises as to where you are going to be judged against. Because right now it's very easy to PlayStation say, well, that's not why we created this thing. We didn't create this thing to do all that stuff. We created this thing for a very specific purpose.
It has no other UI. Right. There's no Android base.
Nothing.
It just connects to your PlayStation.
Right.
As soon as you turn it on.
So it's very easy for them to say, no, we're not in that category. But that's not who we're competing against. That's not what we're up against. This is a very specific use accessory. Right. The more you put into it, the higher that bar raises. And when if that started happening, they would have to increase the cost. Again, if they were going to make an Android voice, they would have to pay licensing fees for the Android. Anything you put in there, any apps you put in there, you're going to have to pay royalties, right? That's a part of this process. So I think you're onto something still. I really do. I think that they did this on purpose and made it so limited. Now, my biggest question, though, Steele, from a technology standpoint, and because it does not connect to the internet, because it doesn't have that functionality, I've seen some people say, well, what happens if they add cloud-based functionality later? How are they going to add cloud-based functionality to this?
There's no OS on it.
Right. That's what I'm saying. How are you going to update? Right. How are you going to update? How are you going to give it that? Is it built in? Like, I could see that potentially happening. I just wonder how that's actually going to go down, because that would make sense, because we've heard Sony is now investing more into cloud again. That they are looking at moving into that space.
The PlayStation Portal is never going to get cloud-based functionality.
It'll be PlayStation Portal 2.
It's going to be whatever your PlayStation 5 can do. Yeah. That's what the Portal will be able to do, because it's literally based off the console. Yeah. If it's not on your PlayStation 5, you're not going to be able to do it on that device. There is no update coming forward that's going to change any functionality. Again, like, at least from what I'm seeing right now, on a technology standpoint, the only thing that device is for is to play your device somewhere else. That's it. And your device that is it. It is literally you playing your PlayStation on something else. But the difference is your phone can do whatever else. That device is only to do that. Once you turn it off, that's it. That's all that it does. And if they're going to create a different device, it is going to be a $300 device at bare minimum. Because just the points that you brought up, to create an operating system that uses a UI that is pretty flawless. I mean, you could use something that's very similar to what you already have with the PS5. You're getting back into your PlayStation, your PSP days.
Yeah, because you'd have to increase the chips. Because according to the teardown, they're using a pretty weak.
That shit's weak as that chip is not meant to do anything. It's worse than what's in the Switch.
Right. So they would have to update that. That's going to cost more. Like, yeah, you're talking about a different price bracket at that point.
Way different. You're talking about a three. That's not two. It's not like, oh, it's going to be $249. No, this is a $300. You're talking about a $300 device at best, and Sony does premiums, bro. Like, you're getting back to the PSP days, and unless you're willing to make a PSP, which I think they probably should have done, and I think would have been a better device, which is why I agree with you that this, and I agree with other people too, that this does come across cash grabby, and why I keep going back to and comparing it to my Elite controller, because if you have a PlayStation, I can hear your argument. Yeah. If you don't, then there's no point.
Right.
The device serves no other purpose. So it's just, I don't want people to be confused by that, or like, and I'm not necessarily shitting on the device, but I do think that it's not an accessory that I would invest in, at least. Right?
No, it's for the fans. Like I was saying, it's for those. Again,
even with
to their credit, Steel, they've developed the mindset within their hardcore fan base, the same that Apple has. Not to the degree that Apple has as far as number of people, but this is very Apple-like. This is launching something that is for a very specific, small percentage of your fan base, and you hope that maybe it grows out. But it's just, like I said, once word's on the street about its limited functionality, I don't see the everyday gamer picking this thing up. This is going to be for your enthusiasts.
Save $100 for your PlayStation enthusiasts.
Right.
Get a G Cloud. You can do the exact same thing, and you still have access to the Android market.
Sure.
Like that's the reality that I put myself in. Why would I get in it? Because if I was willing to spend that type of money on that device, then I might as well just get a G Cloud or some other device, some other, and I don't mean this like offensively, but Chinese knockoff or some other knockoff or whatever the case.
Yeah, that Timu special.
Timu's a big thing now. Like, you goddamn right. I would get some other device to serve that purpose for me. And that's just me. Jax82 with the $4.99. Appreciate that, Jax.
The bomb. Let's go, Jax. Thank you, sir.
He says PlayStation is not reading the room. They don't care. Never have. They have lost their way, in my opinion. Remake, remaster, reskin, raise, PS Plus twice. Look.
So Sony's so strange, Steel, when we talk about this, because
nowadays,
I'm old enough
at least
to remember the prime of Sony. Right, for us. I remember the prime of Sony, okay? When Sony was at close to the top, at the top peak in electronics overall, right? So I remember when they were innovating. I remember when they had plenty of failures back then, right? Betamax, right? Lost out to VCR, right? The VHS. MD, remember MD? They were going to change the music industry overall, but they were still innovating, and their products, when you bought a Sony product, right? Not to say that this part hasn't held up, but to some degree they've lost it here too. It just meant you were getting nothing but the highest quality, right? The absolute highest quality, and that product was going to last forever. I still have a Sony tape deck somewhere around here that still works 35 plus years
their audio,
all of it, right?
Yeah.
They slipped out of that position. So it's always weird for me, not to say that they haven't done a great job, because the PlayStation 4 was a good product, right? Mine lasted. Now the fan noise was off the charts, But
That's a
overall,
fan. Yeah.
you know, they've slipped though. I've still got my 1080 upstairs, my 3D Sony TV upstairs, which is still operational. My wife uses it every single day in the fireplace room. Like again, it's weird to talk about this, but it does feel like in some ways now they still can grab the mind share. They're still fantastic at marketing. That's something we've talked about, that they sharpened their teeth back in the day in marketing during the 80s and 90s, when marketing was cut freaking throat and you had to be on the top of the game in print, in video, everywhere. You had to be. They cut their teeth there and became one of the best marketing teams too, and they still have that. But in some ways, their products overall, they've lost in, I think, Steel, they've lost the vision of what the consumers want in some areas. Not in all areas, but in some areas, they don't see the consumer as much as they used to. They don't understand the consumer as much as they used to. Now, I know PlayStation fans would be like, what the fuck? They're selling like crazy. They're selling their consoles like crazy. Like, it's oh my God. You're right. And then that goes part of their marketing, which I still give them credit for, partly to that buildup of mindshare that they've got that works extremely well. But I do think that they've lost some of what that understanding of what the consumer wants. And they're throwing a lot of products out there that we've seen over the past decade or two that haven't worked out. The PSP, and it's not a fact that they weren't great products. It's a fact that they gave up on them so soon, or they decided that it wasn't a money-making enough proposition that they had to get out. Again, the PSP, the Vita, the PlayStation TV, the list goes on and on about products that they've tried that had a ton of potential and it had some success, but ultimately that success wasn't good enough for them to stay in the market. And I think that that's the part where Sony's kind of lost it a little bit.
Yeah, I definitely agree. I mean, again, especially moving further into this games as a service side of things, moving further into this, just into the future in general. I mean, again, single player games have definitely come out and made a stand and let people know that they are still viable nowadays. But I do think that the overall the formula is getting, and can be a bit dated for what they've presented this far. Now, until we get more of that roadmap, it's kind of hard to judge where the variety is going to come from. But up to this point, it has been pretty consistent, samey, and they haven't really at least shown me how they're willing to move into the future again. And then one of the number one things that they could do, and this is another remaster, is bringing Ghost of Tsushima to PC. I really want to, now that you got a PC too, it's like, I would really like to jump in and play that multiplayer mode, the raids or whatever they were, with the homies. I
just want to play the game. I just want
the game too.
Game.
Like I do
one game that I have regrets getting rid of my PlayStation 4 before the next gen console, because I wanted to play Ghost of Tsushima. It's the one, but I love
PC,
to see
you about to fucking, I mean,
exactly. No. But I'm shocked that it's not on PC yet. I'm shocked.
And I will also be very shocked if The Last of Us Part 2 Remastered doesn't come to PC day and date, because again, I think that shows the disconnect there, right?
That's now for the remake pro version still.
Again, and I do still think that they're, I mean, it kind of bodes well to the joke that we made earlier about the RPG of the year, or the game of the year, I should say, whatever you want to put in there.
Yeah.
Because the game's going to get, maybe Part 2 gets a double release next year. Then not only do you get the PS5 release, but then you also get a PC release.
Yeah.
Well,
Absolutely.
I mean, if they do release the
Pro, or if they do a Pro version, I swear they're going to have a Pro lineup still. Like if they come out with a Pro console next year, they will have Pro versions.
You still think that the Pros is a possibility for next year?
Oh, yeah. I think the Pro's a reality. Yeah. Pro's coming for sure.
Especially
it might even be announced at the Game Awards. It might even be announced.
You think so?
It might be. Yeah. They're going to make a splash next year with the Pro. I think so. And I think they will have Pro versions of the God of War.
That is a very bold thought.
They will have Pro versions of Spider-Man. They will have Pro versions lined up, I think, ready for launch.
if that's how we enter next year, if that is really the story. I mean, again, Xbox did it. It would be funny to see Sony respond and say, "Oh, now look at our announcement," and kind of bite back, especially after kind of redoing their current hardware, right? Because they're outmoding the original PlayStation 5 for their new one that you can attach the disk drive to and everything. You don't have to need any tools or anything like that. So I mean, and that is cool. That is interesting concept. But you think a Pro is lit? I don't know. This has definitely been a rumor. And it's rumored that they were going to make the announcement. They may release one next year.
Yeah.
But you think at the TGAs, or they might even do an announcement for it?
Drop the bomb. They got the portal out of the way. That's out of the way. That's now launched into the wild. They've got everything. They don't have a big roadmap next year of actual first. I mean,
Stellar Blade. Well, not first party.
Not first party.
Second and third.
Helldivers 2. Stellar Blade. That's all great. Again,
second and third are
Stellar Blade's coming to PC. I'm probably going to be there day one on Stellar Blade on PC. I ain't gonna lie.
If it comes to PC, yeah.
If it comes to PC, I think it is. I think it's confirmed. Anyways, they don't have a great lineup. So what are they going to do, Steel? I don't think Wolverine is next year. So now what are you going to do, Steel? You've got to fill the gaps yet again for a second year in a row. You can have a hopes and dreams, right? Kind of line up next year, ready to rock and roll with whatever the Last of Us Part 3 teaser. You can have, again, Corey's game that he's supposedly working on with Sony Santa Monica and his team over there, the sci-fi RPG. They could have that. They could tease Wolverine for 2025. Like, they could have a hopes and dreams show next year, but what are you going to do to keep the excitement? You're going to announce a Pro. What better place to announce a console at than the Game Awards? The Xbox did it. Why not start the hype right there? Talking about a 2024 release.
Yeah, that would be.
And then you got Pro versions ready of all your best games running at, oh my God, high quality PC type standards. The Pro version's going to do better ray tracing. You're going to throw you got that lineup ready of some of your biggest titles for a Pro version. You just resell it to everybody again. Well, why not?
That'll be really. I don't know if I like that. I don't know if I like that at all. I mean, do you think that this is going to be the pullback where they don't go so PC heavy as we may have thought, and they really draw out their hardware base?
No. I still think we're getting the PC releases on a more frequent basis. I still think that that's happening. I mean, I think it's just going to line up. I think it's just going to line up better when they got the Pro out there, because then they'll be able to push the narrative that their PlayStation 5 Pro versions are just as good as the PC versions, so that their console base feels seen again, right? That their console base feels like they're doing it again, because they're going to be talking to for the beginning part of the Pro generation. When they launch the Pro, it will be the enthusiasts buying the console.
You know what's ironic about that statement, Pong, is that that would be smart, because that would be touching on a point that at least I've heard from the Xbox side of things, to where the Xbox console base doesn't feel like they are heard.
Correct. Yeah.
So if Sony is able to bite back and say, look, we do care, that would bode well for them. And I do think that if they're able to bring some form of an announcement like that to the TGAs, that, again, see, now this is the reason why we want to watch, right? Because these are the things that are possible here, right? And again, that as the legitimacy of the awards themselves, like, you can say that you don't care, and you like, it shouldn't be that big of a deal. But like I just even teased earlier, like, Xbox made a announcement for a console there. If Sony does something similar to that, I think that adds a little bit more legitimacy to the award show, and to Jeff Keighley at least, and the fact that these things should be critiqued more. It should be critiqued more, right? So, but it would definitely bode well for a beginning of a 2024 for sure.
When they're coming off their biggest. Now there's an argument against it too, Steel, which is what I was just about to talk. There's an argument against announcing the Pro this early, right? At the TGA.
I think it would be way too early. That's why I think it's interesting that you bring it
right.
up.
There is an argument for that, because again, what do you do your PlayStation 5 regular console sales at that point? Do people start holding back? But they're going to be coming off their biggest year.
It's the same thing that happened with the Series X.
They are still claiming they're on track to sell 25 million, right, for this fiscal year, right? So why, again, you're coming off your biggest year worldwide. You have a wide margin of disparity between you and
it's like
what
4 to
you
1.
consider your
3 to 1,
competitor.
3 to 1,
3 to 1, somewhere in that neighborhood. 2 to 3, somewhere in that. You have wide disparity still. You roll into the. I hear that. Why announce the pro now? Wait till summertime. Announce the pro. Have it launch 5 months later, right around the holiday season. Right? You could certainly do that. I just think you get ahead of the curve with where you're at. Again, because your roadmap isn't there, your first party lineup is still based on remasters, right? And then some second and third party stuff, which is going to fill the gaps. Again, I don't think you have Wolverine next year, so you don't have any. So why not start it now? Start the hype train now for the pro. Get everybody talking about you. It'll be the talk of the town. All your favorite media sites will be writing article after article, speculating on what the pro is going to be, speculating all year long about what's going to be coming. And then you slowly start trickling out information throughout the year, potential games coming out, potential, pro versions of games coming out. You sprinkle that in through the year. You've got your narrative for 2024, right? And it's a positive narrative as far as what PlayStation's talking about. Just saying. That's how I look at it. Again, I don't have the degree in marketing, folks. So I'm just saying that's what I would look at it as.
I don't think that that's a bad idea either, though, just because what's wrong with teasing something? You can still do something during the summer. But you can do
at least massive blowout. You don't release like all the specs.
Right.
You just show it off, right? You just showed off, talk about the highlights, better ray tracing.
Yeah.
Oh my God, we're going to be able to do this high quality.
So you can do both for sure.
You could do that. And then again, slowly trickle out the news throughout the year as you lead up to launch. That's what I would do. But
why so serious says, just announce more hardware with no games. Maybe that's when they start announcing games, bro. Something has to come in line. Like there is literally, me and Pong put somewhat of a makeshift fucking kind of a thing together, and we only came up with 2 games. So if Last of Us Part 2 Remastered is their first game, Helldivers is your second game, and that's not even first party, what else is in your lineup? I mean, maybe we'll find out at the TGAs, but if you did that, people are obviously invested in the hardware. People are buying PS5s right now, and there's no games.
Right.
So
they're on pace to have
second and third party
fiscal
games.
year. So yeah, they're doing it without. That's what I'm saying. And then, like I said, that's when you announce your pro, you get everybody excited about the pro, right, Steele?
Yeah.
Then you have your hopes and dreams.
Yep.
Right. Showcase towards the summertime, and you start showing off what the pro can do with glimpses of Wolverine, right? But running pro quality settings, right? You start showcasing like what it's going to be able to do with the hopes and dreams, and you just start that cycle that they did with the PlayStation 4. Again, everybody forgets, but the PlayStation 4's launch lineup and the first couple years was not great, folks. It was third party.
Oh, comparatively?
Compared. It was a whole lot of, and then they had their hopes and dreams, and obviously Xbox is screwed up, and so they already had that behind them. They had that advantage. They sold their hopes and dreams show, and then they just dominated the second half of that generation. They could do that same formula with, they're already dominating here. They've already got the advantage again, console wise. Again, everybody likes to jump console wise. They still have the advantage, whether we like it or not. They have the advantage. So you take that advantage and you roll out the pro and you crush the second half of the generation, or in your mind, crush the second half of the generation. Again, you've heard us talk about Xbox Now, where we think it's going, but you crush that with the pro hype, right? And you just knock it out of the park, and all your games come out, obviously still playing on PlayStation 5, the regular version, but your pro version is the high watermark, right? You crush.
And like Tim says, Nintendo's going to do it next year, but they're going to get away with it. But the difference with Nintendo, though, is that their device doesn't perform at the level. Their device is 2 generations behind, right? So there's a different expectation for Nintendo. The Switch Lite isn't, and OLED are not quote unquote upgrades from the original Switch. It's still the original Switch. Oh, one has a better screen now. Oh, the other one is just all one device, and you can't take the sides off, and so it's all the same device. They haven't created a different device. There's been different forms of it. So now that they're about to release, they are about to release brand new hardware that is supposed to be quote unquote on par with like what we got last generation, which is a massive improvement for Nintendo games. And it might even probably be more than that because Nintendo is partnered with NVIDIA. NVIDIA DLSS has better use case and has been proven to be a better form of an upscaling technique than what AMD has available right now. So Nintendo has much more of a probability to give us value, although the main question for Nintendo is this going to be their first generation where they carry things over, where they allow you to have backwards compatibility, say, hey, if you have this game already, $10, you can do a $10 upgrade and you get the new version of the game. Although I don't believe that it should be that way. I think all upgrades should be free, especially if you're just doing like an up-res and tweaking some minor things. But
FPS,
FPS, yeah, all going across the board. Yeah. Unless you're going to do something like that, Nintendo has an opportunity to win in many ways. Now, the point that I will agree with you though, Tim, that is unfortunate is that no matter what, even if they don't do that, people will find value in the Switch 2, even if they have to buy every single game again. So it's like, I do agree with that, where they are going to do something very similar. They're going to shoehorn you some way, right? So, Tim says Switch 2 with DLSS going to be different, right? Yeah, I mean, I think that it is. I do think that Nintendo has a prime opportunity to really stand out in a way that they were already doing before, but giving people, like an example, Pong, more of a reason to be invested in that ecosystem, to play certain types of games, maybe even with somebody like myself, because people do it even with the current Switch. You can hack the current Switch. Now you got to be smart about it and you can't go online because Nintendo will drop that hammer on you. But if we're able to do something similar with the next Switch and it's as powerful as we're thinking that it's going to be, there's going to be a lot of use case for it. It may even be part in that conversation of the device that you get instead of a Steam Deck or a ROG Ally or any of those other devices, because it can do ABC things also. So there's going to offer them even more competition. So if Nintendo is able to move into that, oh, here's a $500 device that you can use comparatively, if it's modded, to a Steam Deck or a ROG Ally, they have a whole nother that's a whole nother conversation that could be drawn out from there too. So,
yep, absolutely. Agreed, Steele. Agreed. Well, we covered a whole PlayStation topic there, sir.
Yes, we did. Yes, we freaking did, man. I mean, where do you want to go? Where do you want to go from there?
We got a bunch of little stuff. If you want to get into the little stuff, we can get into the little stuff.
Shout out to Tekken 8, by the way.
Shout out to Tekken 8.
Tekken 8 is good.
Yeah, it's looking dope. It's looking real good. Let's get into some smaller topics here, Steele. There's a couple things of interest this week, actually, games that we can talk about.
Okay,
too.
What you got?
Some different stuff. Let's talk about Wonder Woman, Steele. Let's talk about Wonder
Please.
Woman. This broke late last night. Just want to get your quick thoughts on it. Again, this doesn't have to be a huge topic, but it's something that
I'm looking forward to it.
I'm looking forward to it too. Again, as a non-superhero caring fan, like it doesn't matter to me sometimes about what's coming out. Wonder Woman, because of Monolith and the potential for that game, has always got me a little excited. Now, we haven't seen anything. They have been dark for 2-3 years. We just had WB come out last week, Steve. We didn't get to talk about this at all because we were off. But WB came out last week and announced that they are going heavy into games as a service, that they want to push more games as a service, more live service games than they have been. And that got, parts of the community up in uproar, like, oh my God, here we go again. Another Ubisoft, This is, I don't want this. Obviously they've had the issues that we've talked about with Suicide Squad, right? Kill the Justice League. People are worried that that's what everything's going to look like. And then people started questioning, and myself included. I brought this up. I don't know if I brought it to the DMs or whatever. I was wondering, I'm like, Wonder Woman's been quiet for a long time. Please don't tell me. Again, I don't have a problem with games of service. You guys know this. I actually enjoy some of them. I think it gives opportunities in certain fashion. But I was wondering, I'm like, are they changing Wonder Woman? Well, it broke late last night, Steel. IGN actually used their resources, which again is a benefit that they get for being as big as they are, that they can reach out to these companies and actually get responses.
Yep.
They reached out to WB and asked WB what's going on with Wonder Woman. Is Wonder Woman now going to be a live service game? And WB responded, Steel. And WB got back to them and said, no, Wonder Woman is not included in that initiative. Wonder Woman is going to remain a single player focused game. And for anybody who wasn't here in the beginning of the show, that's why I'm recovering this. You heard me talk about this a little bit at the beginning of the show. It is not a live service. It is going to be a single player focused game. And Steel, they added the bonus for just you and I. I know they probably listened to our show previously and they just said, you know what, we got to give Steel and Pong the answer, right? Because they threw in the bonus by saying that it's also going to use the Nemesis system, Steel.
Yeah, this is the first time they have like officially.
I mean, we had talked about it, obviously speculated on it, obviously assumed that it would be there, but this is confirmation from WB.
Which is really
the Nemesis system is going to be involved in Wonder Woman. How do you feel, Steel? Confirmation Wonder Woman is not a live service game and it is definitely going to use the Nemesis system. What do you think?
The one thing that I'll start off with, this is for anybody. If you haven't played Shadow of Mordor or Shadow of War, please go play those games.
Yes.
I know there was a lot of controversy against Shadow of War, which is why people were worried about the live service nature of Wonder Woman, as an example, because Shadow of War was kind of ruined for a lot of people by the pay to win kind of elements. You could pay to get orcs and things of that nature. And I agree that wasn't cool stuff. Now, for me, I didn't play Shadow of War till later. And I also didn't get as into that mode. And I've actually been thinking about it here recently, but I can't take away my original playthrough, so it'd be hard for me to do it. But if you haven't played either one of those games to have an understanding of why I'm on such a high horse for Wonder Woman and what Monolith can do, please go play those games. Story-wise, fucking some of the best. I put it up there with the movies. I put it up there with some of the OG games for Lord of the Rings, but definitely two of the best Lord of the Ring games that exist to date that deal with the lore as we know it, right? Some is top notch. Not only that, as far as like Assassin's Creed clones, if you want to like Ubisoft type clones, you want to throw in there.
I don't know if we go so far as clone, but
I mean
elements.
It is very Assassin's Creed. It is very Assassin's Creed-ish. Scaling the combat, how you approach it leans very heavily into it. To the point.
Shout out to Mav, by the way, that bought the WB Humble Bundle that's been on sale for PC. And he gave me the Shadow of War code because he already owns it. Oh wow.
Have you not played Shadow of War?
I have, but on console, but I haven't played it on PC. Oh, so I've got the PC version.
Did you beat it on console?
Yes. Wait, did I beat Shadow of War?
Shadow of War is pretty memorable compared to Shadow of Mordor.
Yeah, right.
And they are very similar.
I beat Shadow of Mordor. I don't remember if I beat Shadow of War, to be honest. I don't think I did.
Either way,
yeah.
Whenever you get it downloaded and you boot it up, let me. Yeah. You get some. If you end up getting like an hour or two in, let me know how you feel about it. Mm-hmm. Because especially on PC, that's where I played it too. Like that was one of those games where I played it on my homie server, and then I automatically, because I did run into a problem, I automatically went and got it. I was like, this game is different. Okay. Especially with the way that it looks, especially when you can start getting when you start doing the dragon riding and stuff, bro. That game is just, especially when you're able to teleport to the dragon. Yeah, and the graphical fidelity that game had, bro. Okay, if there's a game that I would like, probably go back to, that is probably one, and that's a rare exception. Because I don't do that. The game is, to try it out. It is excellent. The combat, the way it doesn't have to be overly complicated. Like, bro, you can really get into, especially like the the base, because it's not base building. It's more so like it is, but it's not, because you can set up your home base however you want. Right. And they will get invaded, but it's also like just how you can invade. Like there's a lot of low concept too. But anyway, but those are things that really make me love and why I appreciate Monolith and why them making a Wonder Woman game is exciting to me, because I'm not a Wonder Woman fan, right? I'm not a DC guy. I'm not none of that. Sure. But knowing that they're behind it gets me excited, because I know the level of quality and the level of fidelity and the level of gameplay and the level of, there's so many different things that they're able to put together and do really well. And I can ignore, I would be able to ignore the live service elements of it, because even Shadow of War, it didn't need that, right? If you were trying to be competitive online, I can see why that could be a problem, right? Trying to be in the leaderboards or whatever. But outside of that, the loot boxes or nothing really didn't hurt the experience at all. It just made it more grindy, if anything. I have 1,000% faith that they're going to deliver an extreme level of quality. It's probably one of my most anticipated games, because if there's one that's going to make me care about the mythos, it's probably going to be this one. And I don't know, because I don't know what her rogue gallery kind of looks like, villains and people that she fights. Again, Wonder Woman is not a highlighted character from my knowledge. Usually when Wonder Woman's around, Superman's close by. Wonder Woman's around, Batman's close by. When Wonder Woman's around, the Flash is close by. Like all these other characters that kind of come up to the forefront before Wonder Woman does, right? So it's like, how are you going to make me care? And even the movies, like I watched the first one. I didn't watch any other movie. So it's like, I didn't watch 1984. So it's like, how are you going to make me care about something that I don't, outside of it just coming from Monolith?
So obviously the one off the, and I go back obviously to
real quick,
Linda, I go back to Linda Carter as Wonder Woman, so I go all the way back.
Yeah, but real quick, and Evander, I do want to correct you on that. Monolith didn't copyright the mechanics for the Nemesis system. They didn't do that. WB did.
Yeah, WB patented the Nemesis system.
And anybody, I don't know how strict they are with that patent. But I also don't know if people are reaching out to use the Nemesis system. So I don't know if what I know about the gaming industry thus far, I feel like it's more so that nobody's reached out to use the patent. But I can see if maybe WB is charging a hefty dollar for that, for anybody outside of their internal studios using that system or that mechanic. I just don't think that people see the value in the Nemesis system. I as unfortunate as I feel like that is to say, I don't know if people do, Pong, because I don't think people hold the Shadow of War Mortar games, the Shadow games up to that high level of credence. Matter of fact, I don't think people really throw them in conversation like that when they think about like their more action style based games. Like I haven't seen the conversation about it, right? So it's like maybe it's just the recognition isn't there, so people aren't asking. I feel like I'm in a closed closet when I talk about the Nemesis system a lot of the time, because the idea of you slaying an enemy, especially it works so perfectly for hero games too, where Marvel or DC, because those characters never die; they always come back somehow. So the fact that they're going to do that in this game, it just makes sense to me. Although in the Shadow games, they always came back a different way, right? It was like, when you killed them, if you cut off their arm, they'd come back with a different kind of arm, like a mechanic kind of arm or whatever the case. So, or it could be sewed on or whatever. So, and I know everyone loved the Nemesis system, but I just don't see it like in the reviews and whatnot. I just don't see it consistently talked about, because if they really loved it like that, then why hasn't it been implemented in other games?
Yeah,
and it could be a money thing. It could be a greed thing where WB sees the value and they're just asking a dumb amount, but there's also no conversation happening with something.
Well, so maybe this one puts it. I think it definitely got a lot of talk about. I think it did, but the minute that they patented, I think that talk went away still, because obviously anytime that technology or a system like that is patented and they and the media and stuff understands that nobody else can use it, it's kind of like, why talk about it? Because nobody's going to go get that. Nobody's going to go pay WB for that license. I'm surprised we haven't had more copycats. I'm surprised we haven't seen people write their own Nemesis system and develop something like it, which is kind of weird to me. But again, this industry sometimes doesn't do the things we think it should do, and it's weird. But again, that's why I'm excited for this, because Monolith is the creators of this system. They're going to use it. Now, you asked about Wonder Woman's villains, Steel. Mm-hmm. So Cheetah is obviously the big one. That's probably the main one that everybody knows. Is Cheetah is the obvious one. But I just looked it up real quick just to see. Ares, God of War.
Okay, that could be interesting.
That could be really interesting.
Because that's not a character you just kill. So.
Yeah, no. I believe
but he sounds like a main boss. He sounds like a main.
Yeah, but that's what I'm saying. These are kind of your heads, and then you would have your underlings underneath, right? So it would make sense. Cersei, I believe that's how you pronounce her name. She's a minor sorceress goddess.
Yeah, Cersei,
the minor goddess. So Cersei definitely could be another cool one. Dr. Poison doesn't do anything for me. Yeah. Giganta. Now I think basically Giganta being what Giganta assumed, that giant woman, right? Obviously can grow, right? Obviously. And then Blue Snowman, Dr. Cyber. And then there's been some more recent adversaries like Veronica Cale and the Firstborn. So it depends where they take the story, but like Cheetah, Ares, Cersei's, like you got some big ones and then have a bunch of underlings underneath. It could work out pretty well still. It could.
Yeah.
It'd be interesting. Yeah.
I mean, I think it could work out well, but I just don't know how that's going to be implemented.
Yeah. And how it's going to be like just like Shadow War, or if they're going to do it in a more creative way.
In Lord of the Rings, I mean, you have the orcs, right? So it's like
you've got
there's a wide selection.
Trolls,
you got all they got varieties of them.
Yeah.
And I'm unfamiliar, and I agree. I think Wonder Woman is a badass too, Vandal. But I'm just unfamiliar with what around her that can support her as a character, right? And again, I couldn't have said that about Lord of the Rings, because I could even if they would have made the game centered around Legolas, I could see how you could make a game based off that character and how that could expand and why he would fight multiple characters multiple times and whatnot. So Wonder Woman Nemesis is gigantic. But that would be a main for her. So who are the underlings, right? And how do you make us care about those underlings is interesting to see.
What? I just looked up Giganta Steel to see, right? In the story, a scientist named Professor Zool artificially mutates a gorilla named Giganta into a malicious red-haired strong woman.
So is she gonna have a bunch of gorillas, or that's gonna be her smart gorillas?
Hold on.
Yeah, I know there's somebody like that exists.
I'm looking at her. Yeah, she's a big giant woman. She's a big giant woman. That's freaking hilarious.
An ape turned human.
Yeah, Giganta possesses the superhuman ability to increase her physical size and mass. Correct, effectively transforming into a giantess. Correct. That's what I remember. The power set was not a feature of the Golden or Silver Age comic book appearances, but was rather introduced in 1978 as part of the character's TV adaptation for Hanna-Barbera's popular Saturday morning cartoon series Challenge of the Super Friends, which obviously I remember Super Friends. The size changing ability would be later incorporated into the comic book. Giganta's characterization for her post-crisis appearances. So yeah, there we go.
Interesting.
Interesting.
Again, it's definitely going to depend on how they treat the underlings. Is this going to be the first superhero style game that really makes you care about more so the underlings than other games? Because most other games, they just make them beatable. They just beat them up, or they take too much damage, whatever the case. Like, I don't know how they're going to be able to do that. And the fact that they're doing it with this, and they're using the Nemesis system, is interesting to me. While we're talking about DC though, in our hype for Monolith and
where are you going?
And Wonder Woman, right?
Yeah.
Wonder Woman is going to be in another game that we actually were shown a trailer for that me and you we're extremely interested about, right?
Yes. Yes.
Real quick before we move on, Jasper says, I would think they have to set it on her world where people match her strength, not Earth. Yeah. And I think that would be a good place to start at the true origins of one. So you can kind of do a couple games. Maybe in the second game we get introductions to some of the other characters. Maybe that's how she gets introduced to the Justice League, right? Because I know that she does have and if they do that, then there is that possibility of a lot of other more human-like characters to be part of that journey, right?
Yeah.
And how they would use the Nemesis system between her own,
very interesting.
Between other Amazonians and things like that. That would be really cool. Going through the training and whatnot. So again, but
I'm still curious. A Blue Moon, by the way, Zool. That's the first thing I thought of too was Ghostbusters, of course.
That's true.
That's the first thing. I said that. Anyways, go ahead, Steele. I know where you're going with this. Let's go.
But yeah, so the game that I'm speaking on, as far as that also has Wonder Woman in it, is going to be Suicide Squad.
Yeah.
Suicide Squad Kill the Justice League. Now, right. I was going through some comments and whatnot since the most recent trailer came out 3 days ago. Mm-hmm. And this did come out. Main place I saw it was on the PlayStation YouTube channel.
Yeah.
And I have been seeing comments that have been
SSD Steel.
It is an SSD. But these comments have been more wishy-washy than I feel like they were previously. When we got the initial trailer for Suicide Squad, a lot of people were really down on it. So much to the point that, I mean, and I still feel this way from what I've seen, that me and Pong are probably two of the main ones that are like interested in this game. Like genuinely, like for me, this game seems very Rocksteady-ish outside of not being Batman. I don't. To
Rocksteady
me,
Rocksteady with guns versus melee,
right? So, and to me,
they talked about that,
and I know Mav is one of the main ones. It's just like, oh, I don't think that this is like a. It's not the Rocksteady game that he wanted, which I get. Yeah. And none of the conversation is directly towards him, as I want him to know that. But this is towards the Rocksteady fans that wanted more of that Arkham kind of trilogy kind of game. The only thing that I would say about that is if they would have made something similar to that, you wouldn't have cared about the Suicide Squad because it wouldn't have worked for them. You can't make the Suicide Squad Batman. Can't. To me, and from what I know about the Suicide Squad, this is probably one of the better ways that you could have implemented this cast of characters and made me somewhat care.
Mm-hmm.
I am also like, because the other thing too, when people talk about the Rocksteady side, they're talking about the grit and the dark and the dark side of it and it being mean, and I see all that in this game.
Mm-hmm.
Maybe it's just me. Maybe I'm looking through it through some rose-tinted glasses because I did more so recently within the last couple of years play through the entire Arkham trilogy, right? I played Arkham Knight. That was the first game that I ever played out of that trilogy. And then I went back and played Asylum and then played City. So maybe I have some rose-tinted glasses. But even as someone who played those games more so recently, I would think that I'd be a little bit more biased about what I'm seeing here visually and what's being presented on a story standpoint, right? Because I loved every one of those games, right? I think Asylum is the weakest out of them, but it was a good base to lead up to what they got to, right? I didn't mind the Batmobile. I thought that was some of the dopest like when I think about being Batman, it made me feel like Batman. And I think they did really well with that, along with me feeling like I was part of that world and making me care about Bruce Wayne as a character and the people around him, just the cast of characters. And knowing that this game, Suicide Squad, is based also in that same universe and actually in the same city gives me even more interest because Batman is in this game too, also. And based off of what we got from the Dark Knight or from Arkham Knight, how was that going to carry over into this game? So boom, that automatically piques my interest. Mm-hmm. And now you're involved in Brainiac.
Sure.
And this cast of characters that it feels like the entertainment business has been trying to get us to care about. There's been multiple Suicide Squad movies who have all fell pretty flat, except for the more recent ones, right? I feel like those did decent. I don't think they were over the top, but this is a cast of characters that has been constantly knocking on our doors and asking us to let them in and maybe buy some cookies from them, right? And it just hasn't worked. So now to see Rocksteady take their stint into it, and we're still getting I feel like it's more positive than it was before, but I'm still seeing more of that. Oh, well, this isn't the type of game that I wanted. It just doesn't look Rocksteady-ish. It looks like the game, like the story is going to be they're taking it too light. It's not going to be dark enough for me. And I just feel like maybe I'm in the crazy place. Maybe I'm in the Twilight Zone. Maybe again, like I just mentioned, I have those rose tinted glasses on. But with those rose tinted glasses, I still think that I would feel like I should have more of a negative opinion from what I've seen. But maybe it's also this style of games that I like to play, right? I'm trying to kind of filter through my subjectivity in this, and my opinions on this. And every time that I watch the trailer back, let me see if I can get it actually up on my show stuff screen here. Yeah. So you guys can see it. Am I like imagining things, Pong? Yeah. Is there something that is off? Does this second trailer do anything more for you? Like this second trailer, I feel like they tripled down on the quality aspect of the game. It looked even better than it did previously.
Well, they're working on it, obviously, right?
Yeah, so, I mean, of course, but I don't know. What do you think?
I think this is part of the reason why they delayed the game again, was to go back to the drawing board, not to reinvent the game, which we asked. Again, the response was so negative last year, or this year, I should say, that when they delayed it, we were like, what are you going to do with 6 months or 7 months? You're not going to rebuild the game, right? And, there's people questioning how they were going to change it. I think what they actually did was go back and redo the marketing for this game. And what they sat down and did and said, let's have the developers, Rocksteady themselves, talk about this game more. And we've seen this in this is nothing new for 2023. Obviously, this is something we got fireside chat after fireside chat from the Blizzard team for Diablo, being very transparent, being, talking about changes and all that kind of stuff, taking feedback from the community. It's obvious that Rocksteady went back and said, listen, we got to speak to the people a little bit more, and we got to try to turn some of this negativity. You're not going to get rid of all of it, because there's just going to be people who absolutely wanted Rocksteady to make another Batman game, period. Fun, yeah. Another dark, gritty game set in dark, gritty Gotham with their favorite hero, Batman. There is going to be a base that just will never turn in favor of this game, especially with the live service aspects tacked onto this game as well. That brings another level of negativity. So they're not going to be able to defeat all of it. But I think they went back and said, let's try to bring a more positive light. Let's us, the developers, actually sit down and do some promotional videos with some new trailers and talk about how and why we made this game. And whether or not you want to believe it, Matt brought this up last night, and I generally agree to it. If you sat down these devs and shot them up with true serum underneath a bright hot light and forced them to talk about what happened and how the decision went down to make this game, I don't think any of them would say this was actually, even though they say it in the video, this was the game we wanted to make all along. I don't think that. Now, again, I could be completely wrong. I correct. I don't think that that's the truth. I think this was kind of pushed on them. The games as a service, the live service, WB has now been public about it. I don't think I'm out of bounds in stating that they told Rocksteady from the ground up, you're building this game to be a live service game. We've seen this go terribly wrong, and I think that's where a lot of negativity is. We've seen this go terribly wrong with Crystal Dynamics and Avengers, right? Where they were, we know Square told them, you're going to make a live service Avengers game. And it seemed like Crystal Dynamics was way out of their expertise, and they didn't really hit, right? I could say they didn't hit. They didn't do it right. So I think all that's true. So I think Rocksteady's trying to do something positive here. They're trying to present the game in the best possible light by talking about it themselves, by showing that they're excited for the game, which does work wonders, and by highlighting the points that they want to highlight to try to control the narrative about what this game is and what it's not. And I think that they did a good job with this first run. Now, again, as Steele said, for different reasons, I was interested in this game. I again, as because I don't care about any of these superheroes universes really like I used to back in the day, because I've been out of it for so long, because these don't generally necessarily on their own give me hype. I have a much more basic interest in this game. And why this game interested me was because it's got Harley Quinn, number one. I will always play Harley.
She got her classic outfit in here too.
She got her classic. I'm not a big fan of the classic outfit. I'm not a big fan of the classic.
Like the newer one better?
I like the newer one better. Okay.
That was in here too, though.
Yeah, it wasn't here. Yeah, which is great. But I like Harley. I like her as a character. Obviously, she brings a smile on my face when she's on the screen. How she talks, the way they portray her is just fantastic. The way she talks about bats and all, it just cracks me up every time, bro. Yeah. So I was interested from her, but then you give me Rocksteady's quality, which I have the utmost faith that they're bringing the quality. Everything that I've seen from the game so far doesn't say that this is going to be anything but a quality, right? Title. At the end of the day, from a technical standpoint, this is going to be Rocksteady through and through, and I expect a high bar from them, and I've seen that. So that's the other one. Then you give me an open world in which traversal is one of the main aspects that you've created. Now, you can say it's dumb because the different ways that they traverse, at the end of the day, it's all kind of the same.
They show you why it makes sense.
Correct. It makes sense. It's unique. I like the traversal look in this game. It looks like this is going to be fun. Hey, everybody talks about what Spider-Man 2 does the best. Oh, traversal was the big thing, right? Oh, you gave me wings underneath my suit. Now I can fly super fast. That changes the entire game. It looks like all these characters can move across this world extremely fast in unique ways, and I think it looks cool. So that's the other one. Then everybody's problem with this. We don't get necessarily the Rocksteady melee combat, that hand-to-hand Batman Arkham dance that Steele and I talk about combat. They gave them all guns, and it doesn't make sense. Why do they all have guns? Why do they share the guns? I don't care, because now you're speaking to me from a looter shooter aspect, because there is loot in this game, because it is a shooter, a third-person shooter game. Guess what? I enjoy those games. So you've got me there. Again, I'm at a much more basic level. If the story is good and actually gets me interested, which parts of it, the scenes that they've shown, some, having the Justice League turn bad and how their attitude changes, has interested me a little bit. Not that I care that much about the story.
It's that dark side,
but it's that dark side, and it's cool. And I like how they're, you got these good guys turning evil, right? Turning bad. And I think it does bring another perspective. So graphically, it looks great. I like the atmosphere. I like the brightness to it. I like how they're portraying this world. I don't have any connections outside of Harley. I don't have any connections for any of the other characters. Care less about Brainiac. I could care less about all that stuff. But it's bringing enough to the table where this latest trailer, Steele, to go back to your original question, latest trailer just added to my expectations for this game, added to my interest in this game. Am I saying this is like at the very top pinnacle of 2024 releases for me? No. We got Dragon's Dogma 2. We got Star Wars Outlaws. We got a lot of games. We got Hellblade 2. We got a lot of games that I'm much more hyped for than this game. However, is this game doing enough for me where I can say to myself, day one, day and date, play with Steel co-op? Hell yes. It absolutely is doing that enough for me in those categories. And if I'm in the minority, I'm in the minority. I don't give a shit about that. Again, I don't care what other people think about the game. It looks interesting to me, and I'm willing to invest in it and play in it. As far as the live service stuff goes, I've always seen it as optional. Yeah. I've put 300 or over 200, probably 250, somewhere in that, of Diablo 4. I have not, outside of the initial season battle pass, which I got with the Ultimate Edition. I did not buy the season 2 battle pass. I have not bought any cosmetics, even though there's been some outfits that I've been interested in there, some skins I've been interested in there. I have not bought any. And I love Diablo 4. I have the opportunity myself to decide if I want to invest more into this game outside of the upfront price. Period, point blank. That is on me to decide. That's why I don't mind games as a service. I rarely get FOMO anymore, so I don't see it as predatory. I don't see it as any of that. At the end of the day, is it individual's decision whether or not they want to spend more money into it. Now, if you want to say that takes away from the game, okay, that's fine. That's your opinion. It takes away from the game. You think that some of that content would have been in the game with the original price. I hear that, but this game looks gigantic as is. This game looks like I'm going to get freaking at least 50 plus hours in this game. At least. At least.
Yeah.
So for me, I'm still getting a giant game. I don't have any problems with the live service stuff. It's not going to affect my purchase one way or the other. So I really liked what they did here. I loved hearing the devs talk. I always love the behind the scenes stuff from the devs, even if it's some of it is PR bullshit, even if it is some of it is propagandized, because they've got to talk very flowery about this game. A lot of money is being invested in this game. They need this game to be successful. WB's not in the best overall health. They need this game to rock. So they're going to do their best, put on the biggest, brightest smile they possibly can. I get all that. I'm old enough to understand all that. I still like to hear what they're talking about. And when they went into the details about the traversal, how they wound up in that spot, right, Steele? How they gave each individual character their certain skill sets, and you're going to be able to obviously have a skill tree. You're going to be able to decide where you want to invest skill points. If you want them to be more melee based, you'll have an opportunity to do that. If you want them to be better at guns, you'll be able to do that. If you want them to be better at traversal, you'll be able to do, like, getting into the nitty gritty, giving me some details about what I'm going to be playing. I love that. So I thought they did a great job here. If this is what the delay was that for them to go back and kind of reset the marketing for this game and kind of come up with this new way of talking to us as gamers.
Yeah.
Bravo. I thought they did a great job here. And I thought the new trailer was better than any of their other previous trailers. Even those other previous trailers I thought were really good and I enjoyed them. I thought this trailer and the gameplay that they showed in this trailer definitely put it in a brighter light for me than even before. So I thought they did a good job here, Steele.
Yeah, the excerpt that they had with Green Lantern, I thought was really special. Just the way that he was dragging you through the fucking through the air or whatnot.
I know, like, Vandal, sacrilege. I know, sacrilege. I know. Again, I'm not the comic book guy anymore. I'm just not. I'm not the superhero guy anymore. If you want to talk Uncanny X-Men, we could talk Uncanny X-Men era all day long. Okay, we can even talk some Spawn. I was there for day one launch of Spawn. Image Comics launch. I was there for Pit. I was there for all of it, bro.
That's number one.
There, but just not anymore. I don't give a shit so much anymore. So, but
yeah, that's number one. We definitely, I need a,
Tara Strong's awesome. Tara Strong's awesome as Harley. You're absolutely right, Lydian. Well, yeah, no, Steele, I'm glad we're both still excited, and I'm glad you stayed on board with it because if Mav said he's going to be there day one. Again, it's not the game he necessarily wanted from Rocksteady, but he's not saying that the game looks bad to him at all. It's just not what he wanted, but he expects to be there day one. He'll probably be there playing. I can't wait to co-op this shit, man. It's going to be a blast.
I think it's going to be one of those. It might have that Gotham Knight effect, man. Yeah. But I think it's going to be even better than that. That's the thing that I think gets me excited, because it was like, if I had a good time with Gotham Knights, then I think I think this is going to be like
This looks much faster. This looks much more explosive, more everything. So I again, give me looter anytime, and I'll play it.
I think, and again, I think they made it make sense, especially for them to be more so on the villain side of things. They are thieves themselves. Harley's whole approach to the situation, the fact that she even. In the scenario that they set up here, how they introduce the characters and whatever, the fact that she even uses the Batman glider as her with the grappling hook as part of her mobility is extremely ironic if you know this the duality that she has in the relationship that she's grown and has gained with Batman over the years too, because that dichotomy isn't like, none of these characters have just like this simplistic background to them. They have this nuanced kind of relationship with all the characters in this world, and seeing how they're even just something simple like their mobility ties in with that with Boomerang getting like the Speed Force as an example. I feel like they explained it really well. Hey, these are things that already existed in this world. You're at a extreme disadvantage right now. How do we give you an advantage? Oh, well, use some of the things that the people that you've been fighting against for so long, use some of those things to your advantage and enhance what these characters are kind of already good at, right? So like Deadshot using the fucking booster pack to get around, not just using the sniper. Now, oh man, now he's even more mobile and has a little bit more of a diverse moveset to him. So I'm interested. Yeah, I'm definitely
and the writing seems creative.
Yeah,
again,
it does.
there were
Some of the better writing, at least.
Yeah, some of the better, but some of the banter between them was some of it like okay.
It's that comic.
But some of it when they were going through the Hall of Justice, some of that banter back and forth was pretty fucking funny. I'm not gonna lie. When I was watching, I was cracking me up.
I feel like I'm gonna have a good time. Right, I'm gonna take it for what it is and have a good time with it. So
yeah, Sappho. That's the other thing. Is it going to be 30 frames? Yeah.
I definitely would hope not. I'm not.
I hope not. I hope not. Especially with that traversal.
Especially
with that traversal. But if it is, I will be buying that on PC.
Yeah,
I will be. Yeah, because that traversal needs 60 frames, bro. That's fast, like extremely fast.
The way that the game looks and feels,
and how they said, Steel. Did you pick up on this? We didn't touch on this, but when they were talking about the mechanics, they do have an actual counter system like Arkham in there.
They did talk about that
through the traverse. Like I was like trying to figure out how this is going to work, but you can actually, while you're traversing, counter off of it. Like I was like,
that's gonna be interesting to see how.
If there's timing wise, I'm curious how that's gonna.
If there's a team who can figure it out, I mean, again, there's a reason why people love those games, is because a lot of those things made Batman what he was, right? Being able to kind of counter from anywhere. If somebody was running up on you and that flashed yellow, you knew that you could counter them no matter what, whether it was 2, 3, no matter how many people, right? So being able to do that in the air and it feel natural, again, as long as it makes sense and it's not like it breaks the flow.
Right.
I think that can also be very unique, because one of the main things that I could probably say as a complaint is how prominent the counter look too, right? It was these big flashing light bolts off of the enemy's head, and I'm pretty sure that's going to be adjustable, and there's nothing wrong with that.
Steel. I need that steel. This old guy needs it, bro.
It fits the game. There's a lot going on, and I feel like it fits. It does fit the game, so I would probably keep it on. As I got better at it, I'd probably maybe make it less prominent. If I have it on PC, I'm pretty sure people are going to figure out ways to reduce it or make it smaller, whatever the case. So yeah, man. So
hey, look at 3-Bit. 3-Bit's in the chat. Shout out to 3-Bit, brother from another, by the way. Busy man, getting married at some point, got engaged. He's working on commercials. He just had a new Affleck commercial drop. I just saw you post that on the X there, or quote tweeted, I should say, and say, glad people are liking this, with Nick Saban doing some ASMR work. Fantastic 3-Bit, fantastic work there. But 3-Bit said, also, I will say this game is starting to look really fun. I will admit in this latest video that they released. So again, that's some of the turnaround that we were just talking about, Steel. Just some people coming maybe a little bit off of the negativity and saying, you know what? I can kind of see where this is going now. I think that's really what this time is going to be for that development squad. And 3-Bit, while you're here, I see you say that you might be getting back into some AAA game work, but you've got one that you can't talk about. Well, just tell us what's going to be at the Game Awards, brother. Just tell us what's going to be at the Game Awards. I know you probably had your hands in some of it, or you know some people who had some hands in the Xbox. What's Xbox showing at the Game Awards, brother? Let's go. Give it up.
Big facts. All right. Well, where would you like to go from here? Is it time to start winding things down?
Yeah, I think. Let me take a look here real quick.
Good.
And see if there's any other smaller topics that yes, one more, Sue. One more game related. Again, people love when we talk games, especially games that are coming out. We talk games all the time in the beginning of the show anyways, but let's talk about Dragon's Dogma 2, Steel. So
let's do it.
Let's do it. Dragon's Dogma 2 got a new showcase announced for November 28th. And this comes on the heels. Did I throw it? Hold on. I think I did throw the actual article. I did find the article, Steel. And I think yes, I did. VGC earlier this week, was this week or last week, which we get to mention it. God, what is the date on this? November 14th. So it was this week. VGC came out and said that that the original translation about Capcom's upcoming fiscal year was a bad translation. We had originally heard, and it had been originally written throughout the video game industry, that Capcom had an unannounced game for the beginning part of fiscal 2024, right? And so it was March, April area, right, Steel?
Yeah.
And that was an unannounced. And we had speculated here, Steel, that it was probably Monster Hunter, World 2.
That's what I was thinking.
We thought was coming. Yeah. Because we were like, because they were talking that this was a big game that they were having dropping in this beginning part of 2024. And we were, sorry, I just hit my mic if anybody heard that. And we had speculated that it had to be Monster Hunter World, because how many games, big games, does Capcom have unannounced or could have unannounced at this point? It's been 6 years, I think we figured it out, since Monster Hunter World 1.
6 years.
So it all lined up. Well, VGC corrected that this week, and I saw some other places corrected it as well, that translation from that investor call, I think that was an investor call or one of their public calls where they talk about their upcoming financials, was bad. And that it actually, the word that should have been used was undisclosed. Okay, undisclosed, meaning didn't have a release date yet. One of their undisclosed title would be released by the end of fiscal year. Okay, so that changed the perspective. And then on top of this coming out this week, still, then we get the announcement that they're going to have another Dragon's Dogma 2 showcase November the 28th. Mark your calendars. And if you haven't been paying attention to social media, Dragon Dogma, Capcom's social media, almost every day or every other day, they're showing a new clip or talking about a monster from Dragon's Dogma 2. They're doing something with Dragons. They're ramping up big time here. So the showcase will be, let's see here. Hold on. I just had it. November 28th at, oh God, I can't see that. At 1 p.m. Pacific Standard Time. Okay. So that'll be 3 o'clock Central Standard Time, 4 o'clock Eastern. So mark your calendars. But they've been ramping up their marketing campaign for Dragon's Dogma 2. So then still putting the pieces together here, right? You and I were in the DMs early yesterday, and we were like, well, Dragon's Dogma 2 next year, early next year, that could be the undisclosed game. That could be, that fits that bill. Makes sense. Why are you having a showcase November 28th? Probably get a release date announcement. You even thought maybe December. And then I brought up the fact that, there was word out in the street that the translation was bad, and it made more sense. And then to cap off the day yesterday, Steel, we got the famous ratings leak. Of course, this happens from time to time. So a new PEGI rating for Dragon's Dogma 2 dropped.
Take it serious.
Take it serious. Date makes sense. It falls right in line with everything we just talked about. The PEGI release date dropped for March the 22nd, which would be March 21st for us, which is a Thursday. March 22nd is a Friday for the rest of the world. We know how that works with time changes. March 22nd, 2024. Again, I would take this seriously. I think this sounds like a good date. Could it change? Could they drop a different date on us after the show? Absolutely, of course they could. But I think this is a good, probably pretty accurate date, especially with everything they talked about. So Dragon's Dogma 2 showcase, November 28th, next week, Seal. Is it next week or no? It's 2 weeks from now. Week and a half from now, I should say. 10 days. So
you said Seal, what day? The 28th?
28th, yeah.
That's
so it'll
2
be,
weeks from now.
It'll be Tuesday. Is that Tuesday or Monday? Monday or Tuesday? The
28th.
Tuesday. Yes, it is a Tuesday. I just looked at it. Tuesday the 28th. Mark your calendars. Dragon's Dogma 2. You've heard Steel and I promoting this game nonstop. If this is a March release, what a great time of the year for Dragon's Dogma 2 to release. Next year is going to be packed, but Dragon's Dogma 2's fan base has been hyping up Dragon's Dogma for a long time. More people know about Dragon's Dogma now than ever before. Number 2 is looking spectacular. spectacular, Steel. The RE engine is going to show out again with this game. Everything we're seeing, this game is going to be one of the biggest RPGs of next year. Unfortunately, no co-op. It is going to be single player only, but that's okay.
Yeah, the first one was too.
You know,
so.
The first one
Makes
was
sense.
too. We were hoping.
Yeah,
we were hoping. We were hoping the pawn system. One of the pawns could become a co-op.
That would be dope.
That would be dope.
Yeah.
But the pawn system, if you have not experienced it, please go.
It's
Dragon's
the best
Dogma,
version of AI,
bro. It was ahead of it was light years ahead of anything.
It makes no sense to work as well as it does.
Yeah, it makes no sense back in the day for how old that game is. But Dragon's Dogma 2 is going to be a giant release next year. I think it has the potential to be in the game of the year conversation at the end of the year next year, Steel, if they pull it off. Good, yeah, as long as the story is, and as long as it comes out polished, which again, Dragon's Dogma 1, even for a 360 game, was pretty damn polished, bro. I mean, again, did it have its bugs? Yeah, but every game in the 360 generation that was
also different.
It was a big open world.
You could climb monsters. You could do it. Like, bro, it was literally so much. It had a little bit of everything. Honestly, yeah.
Oh, I'm going to go back. I'm going to replay Dragon's Dogma again. Steel. I've started and stopped it multiple times. I've been contemplating whether or not I want to do it on PC. Like I want to get through it and I want to play through it to the end. And I know I'm going to wind up more so on console if I do that. So I might just fire up the console and deal with the 30 frames versus the 60 frames. It looks great on console now with the, they did a complete edition. They did an updated edition.
You got to work on getting your PC hooked up to the TV too, though. So.
Yeah, I should probably do that, Steel. I should probably do that because that would alleviate a lot of my problems. So, whatever the case is, I'm going to go back and replay Dragon's Dogma again. I'm going to finish off one of my stop-start. Yeah, it's a long game. Before Dragon's Dogma 2 drops. I'm here day one, whatever date it drops next year. Steel, how excited are you for the showcase and potentially the release early next year? What do you think about that time frame for Dragon's Dogma 2?
Dragon's Dogma 2, I mean, that time frame does definitely sound perfect. I mean, with the way that they're ramping up the conversations about it, I think March would definitely be perfect. I mean, then we could jump back on our Marchers train, get that whole bandwagon back together. But I'm excited about Dragon's Dogma 2 as somebody who just recently started playing it for the first time just last year, right? I didn't end up finishing it through, mainly because it is one of those games you have to be ready for, right? Because it's going to ask somewhat of your time. And that's the way that we play games typically, the way that I like to play games is I like to adventure. It's not just a start to finish for me, right? It's the what's in between, what is and figuring out the games too, because it doesn't play like some of your other third person games that you would like kind of imagine. I think the other thing too for me is that this was the first game to where I got the experience of true darkness, right?
I was just going to say, Steve, if you didn't bring this point up, that was going to be my final point. This game, it did nighttime better than any other game.
And I really think I think that throws me off because the game is also not very hand-holdy. It's not going to tell you that you need to have heals. I mean, of course, these are things that you kind of figure out. But if you're not paying attention to this and you go out in the middle of the night and think that you're just going to have some grand old time, you have to reevaluate your strategy. And for me, as someone who had never experienced that in a game before, it's nighttime. It's just nighttime. I'll make it through. It's whatever. That's how it is in any other game. No, in this game, if you're not prepped, if you don't have oil for the light, if you don't have food, you can literally run across some things that you don't want to run across in the middle of the night and you can't see shit. So there isn't if you don't have any more oil, your light goes out, you still in the middle.
Literally got moonlight, literally stars.
There's not a map either to tell you, this is how you get back over here. Oh, you're going in the right direction. No, you're just going to be lost running around in God knows where, going
with goblins' red eyes peering at you, ready to attack.
Don't know what direction that you're going. But it's also very dope in that matter because once you get kind of into that groove and say, all right, well, I have to be ready for these things. That first time that you die, you evaluate things differently. And it is very Souls-ish in that way, though you don't really have the feeling of loss, quote unquote, from what I remember.
No,
but
no, you don't.
Still dying though does take a hit, right? It does feel like a loss of progress because you do go back to wherever you started from. And if you were on this long grand journey for 2 or 3 hours, and it's not like you could just save the game, like. Because that was the other thing too. It's not like, I mean, you could, but then you're gonna be right back in the same situation that you were in before.
Correct.
There is no, you can't just save yourself out of nowhere. So,
yep.
I don't know. For me, Dragon's Dogma was different in that way, and maybe I need to start over also. I was also doing a lot, man. I was also modding it all the way out and seeing what worked. I also ran into some issues there, so that turned me off. And playing on PC. The game definitely needs it. I don't think that some scenes in the game hold over pretty well, but certain things just don't. So it definitely shows its age. It definitely shows
gameplay and the RPG aspects are just off the charts. It's so much fun. And again, the pawn system, if you guys haven't experienced the pawn system in Dragon's Dogma, it's eye-opening because we're so used to companion AI being dumb as shit most of the time and just randomly every once in a while helping you out. The pawns in Dragon's Dogma 1, sure, they had their dumb moments, but they were legitimately healing you when you needed healing. Like if you had a healer pawn in your party, like they would overheal your party sometimes. Like it was like, bro, why are you casting heals on me? I'm good. Let's go. But that's how good that AI system was overall. Like it was ridiculously so far ahead of its time. Nobody understood how it could work. And you could hire your pawns out to other players and they could make money for you, and you could hire in other players' pawns. So if you were in a spot and you needed a higher level pawn because you were going into an area that you didn't necessarily weren't leveled for yet, you could hire out some pawns, and they were so effective, you could be viable in that higher level area. Like that's how crazy good it was. I expect Dragon's Dogma 2 to even be better. They talked about it. They've updated that pawn system. I can't wait to see what they pulled off. They're introducing new classes. They're introducing kind of combo classes in this one. They just had a video this week, Steel, of the Mage Warrior class, that new Mage Staff class where you've got a spear and you can hit, you've actually got AoE with your staff because you can hit multiple enemies, but then you also can cast both healing and attack magic as well. Bro, it looks freaking fun as hell. I don't know if I'm gonna pick that class, but again, I just really think
there's no games that are like that. Nah, they combine so many elements together. It's like you're playing Monster Hunter and Skyrim at the same time.
It's a Western RPG with Eastern flavor to it, which is like just incredible for me. Like the monster designs are freaking awesome. The character designs are awesome. Like everything about this game just speaks to me. And oh man, it's gonna be so damn good. Steel.
Damn, I feel like the first big game. I feel like I didn't give Dragon's Dogma its just due.
Yeah.
God damn it, Kong! Why'd you do that? now I got to mod it back.
No, and I see the chat. It's just freaking loving Dragon's Dogma 2. That's what's cool about this game is it built hype over time. It came out and people dismissed it as an Eastern Oblivion. They didn't give it a shot. They didn't give it a shot at all at the time. There were so many RPGs out there to play. A lot of people skipped on Dragon's Dogma. And then slowly but surely, as the years went by, it gained and gained prominence. And then they re-released it again on Xbox One and PlayStation 4. And all of a sudden, more people picked it up and people realized the genius in some of the systems that they had there that was doing something different than everything else out there. Again, the pawn system is the easiest one to highlight. People could not believe how good it was. I can't wait for more people to jump into this game and experience it with Dragon's Dogma 2 because it's going to be special. And like I said, it's my early front runner for Game of the Year now. I think they're going to pull it off, Steel. I think they're going to knock it out of the park. People have already played at the Tokyo Game Show, I think it was. People already got to play it a little bit and said, listen, if you love Dragon's Dogma 1, you're going to love Dragon's Dogma 2. So if that's the case, if they're just building, not reinventing the wheel, but building upon that, using the RE engine to its capabilities,
it's going to be crazy.
It's going to be so damn good, bro. I can't wait. Shout out to Hood Canuck too, by the way. Hood Canuck, I did not know you were writing, man. Shout out to you. Yeah, he says Dragon's Dogma 2 is the perfect game for me to design the characters for my Lords and Warriors series I'm writing. That's off
That
to
would
you
be dope. Yeah.
as somebody who started many writing projects and never ever kept with it. Much respect. Much respect. I hope you continue forward with it, and I hope you finally publish it. However it gets out, I hope you do it. So I'll be rooting for you, Canuck, for sure. Let me know.
Blue Moon brought up some interesting questions here. Well, first one was like, he said that he likes that. He said, but what makes it true darkness? Because then he goes on later on, he's like, yeah, you guys don't like horror games. And then Tim followed it up, and he was like, Tim asked, he was like, would like Steel to play Alien Isolation live stream. I'm telling you, you want me, it's going to be funny. I will admittedly say that it is going to be extremely funny because I have to talk through those situations, and I do not enjoy it. Maybe that was the reason why I stopped playing the game, because I ended up in darkness too many times, and it doesn't make me feel good. Like, I can't get out of the situation. Like, it's just dark. What makes it true darkness is darkness. I can't see shit. I don't know where I'm going. I can't look at a map to see where I'm going. Like, that's true darkness. Dark Souls has never made me feel like that. I felt like I'm in the darkness. I like, oh man, it's fucking dark around me, bro. Like, damn, but I got this light on me though. I got this light. Yep. In Dragon's Dogma, bro, like I ended up in too many situations where it was dark outside, and I didn't know I didn't have any heals. Like, I feel like I have to start the game over. I really do. Like, then if I tried to play it again, I would have to start over because I felt like I did something wrong. Now that I understand that, like, I need to get like how to get healing healing stuff, I think I'll be good now, and how the system works and stuff now. But it's dark as fuck outside, and I don't like that shit. And if it's like that in Alien Isolation, along with the creepy ass, bro, this the thought of aliens themselves. I've watched the movie. I don't know if I get it. They're fucking like zombies can be creepy. Aliens, bro, they shoot this fucking thing out of their mouth. They have this like other little creature that they like. You think that I want to see that in a game in person when I'm holding a controller? Yep. You think I'm gonna be able to play after that? Like, I mean, if you want to see some funny shit,
I own the game. Still, I bought the big package when it was on sale one time for $10 to try because I love aliens so much.
Yeah.
I literally made it 15
The
minutes.
thought of me hiding in something from
my mind already was playing tricks on me. I made it 15 minutes in the opening area where there is no alien, where you're just getting acclimated. And the sounds that were happening in that area already effed with me so much that I turned it off, uninstalled it, and never touched it again.
I mean, again, you guys saw me play, what was that we played? Evil Within, right?
Yeah, Evil Within 2, yeah.
Is Alien Isolation worse than Evil Within?
Oh yeah, beyond, bro, beyond.
I mean, y'all saw. I mean, I was handling the Evil Within, like I was getting there, but there was still some. You were doing it. I was still like, I was playing it overtly paired. I'm like looking over my shoulder. It was nighttime. I was doing it for y'all. And Alien Isolation is worse. It's first person too, ain't it?
Yeah, it is.
Oh Lord. Yo, I mean, that'll probably be the best stream for you guys. We would probably make the most money off of that stream. I swear to God that y'all would. I'd be on screen for everything.
From what I've watched, because I've watched people play it and I've watched videos of it. Best alien animation, probably all time that I've seen.
That makes it even worse.
The way it comes out of the ceiling vent.
That makes it even worse.
Literally looks like the movie. Like, it is crazy scary how it comes out of the ceiling. Like, it comes down slow when it's hunting for you, because I've seen videos people hiding out in this one room, and it'll come out of the top air vent and it uncurls it, it grabs on and it uncurls itself down onto the floor. Bro, I was like, nope, we ain't doing it. And yes, Blue Moon, Aliens versus Predator on the Jaguar was the best Jaguar game of all time, and it still should be remade. And I could play that because that was definitely more action. Still scared the shit out of me, especially with the face huggers jumping on your screen. But man, was that a great game. But yeah, no, Alien Isolation, I'll never go back to again. I can't do it. I can't.
I don't think I could do it either. Just the thought of that is just I don't enjoy that. It's not a fun time to me. I do think we need a better Predator and Alien vs Predator game though. I did try to play Predator Hunting Grounds. I don't like the way that it controls. It has the potential to be a really good game.
Okay.
But I don't like the way that the game controls.
I haven't played since it launched.
It's very stiff.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
I mean, it's not
like
it's
when
not
you jump on the
AAA,
trees and
yeah,
like
it's AA.
how you jump out down off the tree. It just felt really stiff. I couldn't get into it. I like the way that it looks though. I do like the way that it looks. It was very aesthetically pleasing. But like overall, yeah, I couldn't get
the fact that you can use the Predator sounds and stuff.
Yeah, no, that was cool. That stuff was definitely cool. Yeah. But maybe I need something that's more like a little bit more action oriented. I don't know. Maybe they just need to make it smoother. I don't know how you do that. I'm not a game designer, but all right. Well, ladies and gentlemen, if there's not anything else that you would like to get into this fine afternoon, as we're rolling in, I think this would be the perfect time to get into our This Day in Gaming segment. What you think, Paul?
Let's do it, brother. Make me feel old.
Let's get
make a lot of the chat feel old because there's a lot of old guys in here like me. Let's go.
I mean, but y'all are all amazing, man. See, you guys be sleep, man. You guys be sleeping.
Well, you're old too now, so don't get it twisted.
I am not, sir.
Yeah,
you be making stuff up.
You no longer got a 2 in front of your age, sir. You are older.
That is a good point. That is a good point. But we won't talk about those things. We won't talk about those things. All right, let me make some adjustments here. See if I can get some of the time up there. There we go. Get some of the years up there. 24, 20. You guys can see that. Perfect. All right. So This Day in Gaming is where we go 30 years plus back in gaming history, because gaming is art and should be treated as such. There's definitely a conversation that we had earlier in the show, and it's forever going to be a conversation moving forward. Are there technical aspects to art? You're damn right there are. But overall, I don't think it should be dismissed that gaming is art. So let's go. Here we're starting in 99, so not quite 30 years, but we are starting on the PlayStation with Chrono Cross. Shout out to Chrono Cross. 3-Bit asked if we talked about the Xbox stacks. We did. We talked about that. We did talk about that earlier. Yeah, we did talk about that earlier. So
we talked a lot about that. We had over an hour conversation about that.
Then in 2001, we had the GameCube, or Nintendo, I should say, release the GameCube. What a great console. Okay. I like the GameCube a lot.
That's one of my. I wasn't a fan, but
that was one of the systems. I mean, again, when you were younger, you don't really have a choice, and your parents think they're doing the best thing.
The next game is the only reason why I played
it. 2001. Speaking of which, on GameCube, you got Star Wars Rogue Leader, Rogue Squadron 2.
Yep. That was cool as shit.
Yeah, no, I think the GameCube was good. That's the one I played Sonic Adventure on, Sonic Adventure 2 Battle. I had a lot of good experiences on that console. It was really cool. Anyway, then in 2001, on the Game Boy Advance, you had Wario Land 4.
Shout out to Wario.
Shout out to Wario.
Underappreciated villain. Now,
this one was a good game. In 2002, on the GameCube, PlayStation 2, and Xbox, you had 007 Nightfire. That was a good game.
Bond games in general back in the day were actually pretty good licensed IP games. Most of them, I mean, again, we're not talking about greatness here, but we're talking about very good.
They were good, solid games.
Yeah, solid games. Yep.
Then in 2003, on the PlayStation 2, you got Final Fantasy X-2.
Shout out to Final Fantasy X. My favorite Final Fantasy.
Hey.
Absolutely. Blitzball should have always had its own game. They should have made that a sports series from Square Enix. I know people disagree violently with me on that, but once you got into Blitzball, if you spent the time with it, it's freaking a fantastic mini game, man. It could have been turned into a whole franchise. Yeah. Blitzball. Yep.
Ever played Final Fantasy X-2 or Blitzball? So
Final Fantasy 10 2 is okay, but 10 was definitely my favorite Final Fantasy overall.
Nice.
Great game. Yeah.
Then in 2003, PlayStation 2 released Manhunt. I do remember playing that game.
Shout out to Manhunt. Cool. Backwards compatible on sale right now, I believe, in the Xbox store right now.
That's actually the game's pretty dope back in the day.
Yeah.
Weird as hell. Then in 2003, yes. PlayStation 2 released Tokyo Extreme Racer 3.
Shout out to Tokyo Extreme Racer. Shout out to Mav if he's still lurking somewhere in the chat doing stuff. Shout out to us for pounding the table. Tokyo Extreme Racer, one of the greatest racers ever created in the history of racing games. Racing in nighttime against bosses was simply just absolutely amazing. Well, we actually know the original designers are still working on it's a mobile game now over in Japan, but Tokyo Extreme Racer should still exist in some form or fashion. Somebody should bring it back. The nighttime racing through the city was just freaking phenomenal. Love Tokyo Extreme Racer.
Big facts. Then in 2003, PC, PlayStation 2, and Xbox released 13.
Very good game. Okay. Has been re-released, brought back again, remastered. Really cool comic book style game. Not everybody appreciated it. The controls were a little wonky back in the day. I've heard the new one definitely fixed some of that. Shout out to Mike Mullis over at NLG, brother Mike, who absolutely loves 13. And I know he was playing the new one on stream earlier this year. So
really dope. Then in 2004, the Game Boy Advance in Japan released Dragon Ball Advanced Adventure. Shout out to Dragon Ball. I never played that one. All right. Then in 2008, the DS released Rune Factory 2, a fantasy harvest moon. Shout out to Rune Factory.
Yep. Shout out to Rune Factory.
Then in 2008, you had the PlayStation 2 and Wii released Sonic Unleashed.
Where Sonic?
That was
Where Sonic.
It's right? Actually, yeah, that was actually one of my brother likes that game a lot, actually.
Yep.
I thought it was interesting. I watched him play bits of it. It's definitely interesting. Open world. Sonic, he becomes a werewolf and stuff like. I thought it was a really interesting, cool game. So I haven't played it myself, but then in 2008, the DS, PC, PlayStation 3, Wii, and Xbox 360 released Tomb Raider Underworld.
Underappreciated. Again, I think some of the late 360 Tomb Raiders got too much hate for what they were. I actually enjoyed Underworld, so I think they were better than people. It's when the series started turning a little bit, so I understand why, because I liked her original, the puzzles, and I liked the adventuring more in the old ones. Right. But Underworld had its moments. It was good.
Okay. Then in 2009 on the PSP, you had Yu-Gi-Oh! 5D's Tag Force 4. Okay. I didn't even know they were that deep.
Yeah. There you go.
Then in 2010, the DS released Fossil Fighters Champions.
What the hell is Fossil Fighters? Was it a cartoon?
Or
was it just another Pokemon ripoff? What was it? You don't know?
In this Dino-tastic sequel, players get some hands-on time to hunt and clean fossils and revive a battle of Vivosaurs. A fossil park is hosting a large-scale tournament in which competitors enter Vivosaurs created from dinosaur fossils into competition. Fossil fighters from all over the world compete against one another to find out who is the best. That's Fossil Fighters.
Yep. Pokemon ripoff. Get your fossils. Okay.
Then in 2010, the PlayStation 3 released Record of Agarest War 2.
Freaking fantastic. I can't even say underappreciated, just not knowing. If you watch the anime, and everybody should, if you're an anime fan, you should go back and watch, if you have not watched, The Record of the Lodoss War. We had a game come out, was it this year or end of last year, that actually used one of the main characters in that game, and it's a Castlevania game, but use the D-Lit, which is one of the main characters in the Record of the Lodoss War. Record of the Lodoss War is basically a anime version of Dungeons and Dragons, is what it winds up being. It's set in a fantasy realm. Freaking phenomenal anime series. Everybody should go watch Record of the Lodoss War.
No, damn. Oh, yep. Let me see. I'm gonna pull this up and see something.
LODOSS.
That's interesting.
Yep.
I might have seen bits of this, but
Yes.
anyway. All right. Then we're going to move on to 2012, the PlayStation 3, Wii U, and Xbox 360 release. Disney Epic Mickey 2, The Power of Two.
Cool game. Always like Mickey games. I've never been the biggest Mickey Mouse fan, but I've always Mickey and the Magic Castle was freaking fantastic back on Genesis. Like Mickey game, the animation in those games is phenomenal. It's so cool to watch. I love those games for that reason alone.
Oh, that's anime's on Crunchyroll and everything, and it's definitely it's in that aesthetic too.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. Interesting.
I will always be preferential. I don't mind new anime, but the hand-drawn stuff from the 80s and 90s will always
it's unique. Yeah,
it is. I just love it, bro. I will never stop. It will always be my favorite. Yeah, it is.
That's why Studio Ghibli, they got a new movie coming out, and even when you look at their art style, even though you can tell that it's newer, their art style still works. It is it is literally timeless. You can go back to their oldest movie out into this newest movie, and you're going to see the improvements, but it's still the same art style. And I love when they do that instead of implementing a more of like, and I know they use this a lot of CGI regardless, but when like you can vividly tell it's CGI, it's not necessarily like your art style anymore.
Yes.
And that's kind of hard to explain for me. It's just because I can just visually see it, right? So anyway, then in 2012, the Wii U released New Super Mario's Bro U.
Archaic, trapped in the time warp. Should have been scored a 5.
No, Ni no Kuni is fire. Ni no Kuni is fucking fire. Yeah. Now speaking of those words, Mario Brothers is definitely in that realm for sure. Then in 2012, PlayStation 3, Wii U, and Xbox 360 released Sonic and All-Stars Racing Transformed. Shout out to that game.
Definitely a good try.
I heard it was good. Yeah, I heard it was pretty good.
Yeah, it is. It is. It's a good game.
Then in 2012, the Nintendo released Wii U.
Wii U, the infamous Wii U, Nintendo's glaring failures.
It was a failure, but a lot of people bought the Wii U. So
yes.
I had a Wii U. I have a Wii U. And it's in the living room right now. Then in 2012, on the Wii U, you got Zombie U,
which then was released everywhere, right?
I believe so.
Yes, it was, because I think I actually own it on Xbox. I think I do. So interesting game, actually. Because I played it late. I played it when I came back to Xbox One halfway through last generation.
Oh, okay, damn.
And I played it then. It was a different game. Interesting.
Damn.
Yeah.
Then in 2014, on everything pretty much, you got Dragon Age Inquisition.
Yep. Which I like the multiplayer and the dungeons more than I did the main story, which was crazy because everybody hated the multiplayer aspect because that was their cash grab. That was their live service attempt early on. Right. But I absolutely loved it because it was a looter, because you'd run through the dungeons and you'd get loot and you'd upgrade your items. It was cool as shit. I loved it. I played so much of that. I fucking loved that part of that game.
Then in 2014 on PlayStation 3 and the PlayStation Vita, you got Hatsune Miku Project Diva F2.
Still alive and kicking all these years later. It still continues to be popular, especially in the East. Rhythm-based singing game. It's hilarious.
Yep. That is funny. Then in 2014 on PlayStation 3 and PlayStation 4, you had a Little Big Planet 3.
Awesome games. Me and the kiddo had a lot of fun with the first Little Big Planet back in the day on PS3. Really cool games. Yeah, really cool games. Really creative games. The levels that people would design in that too, freaking so dope, man. They really had a ton of creativity in that game.
Never played Little Big Planet, but shout out to Little Big Planet.
Oh man, the animation was so good. How they designed the characters, how they look, the materials still like off the charts. So
I always noticed that. I always noticed that like the toys in the stores and stuff like that. I was like, man, where's the character from? And you see Little Big Planet. So I've heard of it, but I've never played it. Then in 2022, Nintendo Switch released Pokemon Scarlet and Violet. Again, shout out to Pokemon. This was my one of my entries back in from off the back of Arceus, because this was actually the game that they kind of pitched Arceus to be, which it didn't end up being, but neither here or there. I enjoyed both. Definitely enjoyed coming back to Pokemon. Again, that's my version of the of turn-based games that I like to play. So there's that. And I still will say, I would rather play Pokemon than play Baldur's Gate 3. Just the same. Anyway,
Wow.
so some smoke out there. Anyway, unneeded smoke.
Some smoke, bro.
Unneeded smoke. Pokemon's a better game than Baldur's Gate.
Woo, bro.
And and they developed the game 3 years with the community. That's crazy.
Bro,
what if Pokemon had 3 years to build with this community, man? That would be crazy. That'd be a great
we
game.
need to end the show. You're killing our credibility here, Steel. Stop. Killing it.
I mean, you like Starfield, so our credibility is already gone. And I like Starfield too. So
wow.
Starfield's the game of the year, so it's already gone.
No,
right?
But Pokemon over Baldur's Gate.
Yeah, Pokemon's a better game.
Oh my god. All right, yeah, end the show. We're out.
All right, ladies and gentlemen.
God Emperor for Sofa King agrees with you. There you go. You got one on your side. He'll be back next week.
Yeah,
that's good.
Yeah,
Thanks, God Emperor.
He'll be back. Yeah, no, the performance was god awful. I'm really debating on. I'm debating on hitting my brother up and seeing if he wants to try it out on PC, because they got it running in 4K and it looks much better.
Salute, Smitty Smith. Better. Shout out to you, brother.
Yeah, shout out to you, Smitty. But ladies and gentlemen, that was our This Day in Gaming segment, and that was episode 126 for Living Split Screen. Hopefully you guys were pretty locked in today, man. We definitely went kind of all over the place, but always within confinement, right? I think we really knocked our topics out of the park. And again, we're extremely consistent in knowing who we are as gamers. So when we speak to you all, audio listeners, especially for you guys, we want you guys to understand that we're no more special than you guys are. That's kind of the same thing that we say about the reviewers, especially nowadays. Understand where your interests lie, understand what you like, understand what you're into, and just understand, again, who you are as an individual, and everything else will kind of line up for you. Be open to conversation, be willing to maybe hear some things that you might not like, and just pull out little things and try to build relationships off of that, and be kind. Just try to be kind to each other. If there's things that I really want to leave with people, I feel like more and more as we progress into this, and especially more and more in this community, there's definitely a lot of judgment that happens, and that's life overall. People are always going to feel a type of way. But again, appreciate everybody coming in, sitting down in the chat, enjoying the rain, getting that soul that you need to get your gaming weekend started. Hopefully the non-console eccentric take that we approach these conversations with. Again, no, I'll never say that I don't have a preference, right? Because everybody has their own forms of preferences and things. But I will say that we always come with a very honest and very forthright and very pull back perspective, which is why that RTS approach is always important. Pulling yourself out of the world, looking at the darker crevices of the map, pulling those resources together so that not only we can present you guys with good information, but also pull in resources to build up that foundation to potentially reach those 3 billion gamers that Phil Spencer talks about. And I think that are overall important, because it's not about whether you're in one fan base or this fan base or the other fan base. We are gamers in totality. Sure, there may be niches and people that like playing certain types of games together, and maybe you don't like playing games with anybody. But everybody should be welcome. It's a hobby. It's a passion. Let's continue to talk about it. Let's continue to be open, and let's continue to hold these people's feet to the fire, right? Because if we don't, who else will? And while we still have it in the gaming industry, in the gaming space, let's continue to just make sure our voices are heard. Because there's a lot of other aspects in our life where they're not. And I'll always be a proponent for sticking out for our form of entertainment and our hobby, our passion. So, Pong, I mean, is there anything else that you would like to lead out as we wind it on down?
No, sir. It was another great episode. It was great to get back in the chair with you, sir, and have these discussions. And again, we covered a lot. We even covered bigger topics outside of gaming. We talked about a lot of different things today, and that's what we like to do here. As Steele said, that again, this is the community that we want to develop here, and appreciate the 40 to 50 of you that continuously come out and show us love each and every single week. And we've got a lot of people that do listen to us after the fact, once we get it up and posted. So I just want to thank you all for being here yet again. Again, we missed you last weekend. It was great to see everybody show back up again and enjoy the conversations and have good conversations in the chat and add value to our show. I mean, again, this is as much you guys as it is me and Steele at the end of the day. That's right. Why we developed this show the way we did. That's why we said we were going to interact with the chat. I think we've held that strong for the past nearly 3 years now, that this is what we were going to develop and bring. And we do it, again, another nearly 5-hour show again today. We don't plan this. It just happens because Steele and I enjoy this so much. So thank you all for being here. Nothing but love and respect. So thank you all. So yeah, let's get to the outro, Steele, and get everybody out of here. And I can end my fasting.
Yeah, I do too. Ladies and gentlemen, I want to thank you all for coming out again to episode 126. You can find me, Steel Rain, that T is a 7 everywhere. I, Steel Rain, T is a 7 if you want to know that, since I did have to change my name back, at least on Xbox. If I'm going to change it there, I'll just change it everywhere else back. Just makes it easier. Nonetheless, hit me up on Xbox or on the PC, depending on what you're into. Let's get some gaming in. Not, hit me up in the DMs. Let's chop it up. Let's talk about whatever. And yeah, we'll see you next week on episode 127 of Living Split Screen. Give it to you live, raw, and uncut. But Pong, I mean, where can the beautiful people find you, man?
I like it, sir. Absolutely. Again, let's get out there. Let's play some games. Everybody's got plenty to play right now. There is so much out there. It's crazy as we wind down into the holidays. Plus, you got Black Friday sales going on. Normally, I do pick up a couple games on Black Friday. This year, I don't even think I'm going to pick up a couple games unless there's some crazy deal that I got to have, because I've got so many that I still need to play and want to play. Like, it's stupid right now. Next year, the years after, we were talking about this last night on Xbox Ultimate, going to be even more. So please, obviously, get out there this weekend and enjoy some gaming as well. And obviously, hug your loved ones as we come up on Thanksgiving in the United States. No matter where you are in the world, hug your loved ones, tell them you love them. Open the door for somebody, open your DMs or your phone for somebody if they need to talk. Again, we had an absolutely legendary member of the community drop in here today with a bomb. But it was just great to see Yobi doing well. So again, that's needed out here. You never know what somebody's going through. Most of you guys don't even know what Steele and I are going through on a real life basis and what we have going on in the background. We come on here. This is our relief, but not everybody has that relief. Not everybody has that outlet. So please, if you know somebody, reach out, or make sure that everybody knows that you are reachable so that they can reach out to you if they need to at the end of the day. But otherwise, fantastic show. Thank you all again. Nothing but love and respect. If you're listening to this in the future, hope you enjoyed the show. Again, same goes for you. Thank you for being a part of our show. Even if you do listen to the future, even if you lurk in our chat, if you're here 5 minutes, here for 5 hours, doesn't matter. It's all the same. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Otherwise, tonight, the Shop Podcast is back. PTK Blam, Fuzzy Belvedere. It is on PTK Blam's channel, myself, and we are welcoming in two amazing guests tonight. Captain Logan, who is huge over in the Sea of Thieves community, but he is a gamer overall, brings a ton of knowledge. But man, that dude is a Sea of Thieves fanatic, and it's awesome. But we get a lot of good perspectives from him. He's been on before. And then, of course, Mr. Ego himself, the one and only Infinite Umbra, will be there to fill your ears with a bunch of nonsense over and over and over again. I probably won't talk much tonight because he'll take up all my time, but that's right. Two absolutely incredible guests tonight. We're going to have a lot to say, so join us there. We are now an hour earlier, so 8 p.m. Eastern, 7 o'clock Central Time, PTK Blam's channel, the best way to end your Saturday night. Hope to see some of you all there tonight. And then, of course, next week starts all over again. The man who does so much for the community and so many people and has started so many people's podcasting careers. Double Barrel Gaming is the channel. Mr. Boomstick is the man. Xbox Factor is the show on Tuesdays, although Boom has 5 days a week of shows, but Xbox Factor every Tuesday, 12 p.m. Eastern, 11 o'clock Central Time. And then, of course, Thursday nights, we start up on Fun Speculation Network. Me and Mav, PM in the PM, every Thursday night, 7 p.m. Eastern, 6 o'clock Central Time. We had a good 4-hour show this week. Go check it out. Lots of talk. Again, we spent almost the entire show on the Game Awards, breaking down every single category where we thought there was questions. Obviously talked about the Xbox tax bias, all that stuff. That was basically the entire show. We didn't think it was going to go that way, but we did. We had some really interesting conversations, so go check that out. But I'll be back. We won't be there this Thursday. What am I saying? This Thursday's Thanksgiving. So again, we're off this week. The following week, we'll be back. So normally PM in the PM on Thursdays. But this week, no PM in the PM this Thursday, Thanksgiving. Friday, we should have an Xbox Ultimate show. We'll see if Mav finally puts that in stone, but we should have an Xbox Ultimate show Friday night, 10 p.m. Eastern, 9 o'clock Central Time. Otherwise, you know what, folks? Again, Golden Age of Gaming is here. So get out there, play what you love what you play. And I'm going to talk to you all real soon tonight. See you at the Shop Podcast. Steel, get us out of here, brother.
Ladies and gentlemen, beautiful people, y'all stay safe out there. Enjoy your weekend. Maybe play some Dragon's Dogma as you get hyped for the next one. And we'll catch you on the next one. I believe we'll have a show Saturday. I don't see why we wouldn't.
No.
If anything changes, we'll let you know. Much love, stay safe, and catch you next one. Peace.
Later.